at non-living objects, actually. There are limitations there. Also, we need about 45 more subscribers, chat room, to unlock another emote. Which is crazy. What about a wear chair? I don't think that's a feature in the video game, so. Alright, I am just going to deconstruct this because I think this is busted. And we're going to build a new one. There are no mimics in Dwarf Fort. So. All right, so I'm going to go back down to my tavern. And I'm going to remove guests from it again because I do not want guests in here. Edermon, thanks for the Prime sub. Into the Age of Legends. So the Age of... You can look on the wiki what all the different ages are, but long story short, that means that the majority of the beasts in your world are dead. No, fuck it. Wait, hold on a second. Are you telling me I can do this? Oh my god. I've been making my life so much harder than it needs to be! It's fine. Ah! Once a month, you turn into a lovely chair. I mean, that would be fantastic. Jakubata. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Was there a particular reason for the lack of mimics as a thing in this game? I don't think there's a particular reason. It just doesn't exist in this game. Is like, it just doesn't exist, not a reason? Like, it's just not a thing. I don't think there is any particular reason. There isn't any. It's like, is there a particular reason for, like, a very specific thing not existing? It's like, well, it doesn't exist. That is your reason. What's the funnest strangers to have in the fort? Anyone that is infected with a were creature-ism. All right, let's follow a dwarf. While they construct stuff. For all we know, they exist and they're just very shy. They might exist. All right, just pouring more coffee. Because it's more coffee o'clocky. New to this game, how do you make it stop hurting your brain? Don't do things that hurt your brain. Oh, also, how do I make it? I don't make it do anything. You can make it stop hurting your brain. What time is it in Canada? Which part of Canada? My particular time zone, it is 2:34 p.m. Mimic rocks, they're lazy. I suppose. Well. Just wanted to sell them wheelbarrows. This is very strange. There's definitely some weird issues with the new traders. Definitely is some weird issues with the new traders not leaving. And the wagons not leaving. Been watching Riverdances and the Let's Play tutorial on YouTube and loving it. You saw me talking about Brazil and Riverdances in one of the episodes and thought that you should know that you've reached us. Well, cheers. Your Prime sub, you're gonna... when your Prime sub clears up, you're gonna sub to you. Thank you. Well, cheers. Means a lot. Thanks for the kind words. You had the same glitch. Yeah, this is another one that I would describe as has been in the game for a while, but it's unfortunate. The wagon's going to break eventually, and then your faction will hate you. At least that's what happened to you. Yeah, That's what I'm expecting. Well, actually, what I'm hoping is that we get sieged, and then I can let them fight with the siegers, and that will unfuck their pathing most likely. But if they end up hating me, so be it. We're practically the mountain home anyway. You know, I'm just not gonna smooth this stuff right now. Cancel all these jobs. Just let them go construct stuff. They got way too much work to do. But yeah, it won't break by itself, but it can get toppled by something, so we need something to topple it. I'm not going to attack them. I'm just going to let them do their thing until they leave. You seem to be making elves angry by cutting down too many trees. Well, I make pots because I have more rock on average than I have wood. So it just makes economic sense. Can you rob the wagon? It's my own faction, so that would be extraordinarily unwise. But theoretically, yeah. Pot equal barrel, yes. They're a barrel equivalent of a different material. It's the best melee weapon made with iron. Anything sharp, because iron is pretty high in sharpness. So I would go for spears, but you could do spears or swords. A particularly problematic dwarf child just had an outburst out of nowhere and swung one of your bards who was rolled away from the back. Unfortunately, the bard was on the bridge on the top of a waterfall and rolled. If you figure out who his parents are, if you expel his parents, they'll take him with. Whatever that's worth. I know that's kind of mean, but... Just making sure I did all this correctly. Yep, looks like it. You know what, Rubby? You wanted fun? I'm sure you can figure it out. I'm not here to explain every single detail. Some of it needs to be discovered on your own terms, and I think that I'm sure that you'll be fine. I'm sure that you'll be fine. But the sharper, the better. And good luck with the Bronze Colossus. Let's suspend the last of these. Losing is fun. If there's a Bronze Colossus on your map, I'm sure you can figure out how to deal with it. Yep, that's the way my streams have always been. Omega left. Slow and steady wins the race. His insurance card isn't up to date. So any idea why your dwarf isn't being taken to the hospital? Probably because your hospital isn't fully functional or isn't set up correctly. I mean, just to roll through everything, you need a chief medical dwarf assigned, okay? And then the chief medical dwarf lets you see this screen. You need to assign dwarves to all of the different doctoring jobs. So you have all of the different doctoring jobs assigned. And then you need to make sure that you also have dwarves assigned to orderlies. You need to have a traction bench, you need beds, and you need a chest. You also need tables in your hospital. Otherwise, it won't function, and they won't use it, because it doesn't function. That's all I can really say. You have to assign a chief medical dwarf in this screen, and also fill out everything in game. Memory of the SNL saying that David Spade is the flight attendant comes to mind? Yes. You do need water, but you don't need soap. Soap is optional. It should work, but if you have somebody assigned to everything, it'll work better. Well, right now, the classic version is still the old game, Mr. Aiko. So wait until the classic version gets an update. But when the classic version gets an update, if you don't mind tinkering around a little bit and fiddling with things, it is getting all of the UI improvements that this version has. So what is the difference? One has an official tile set and music, and the other one doesn't. That will be the difference once the Classic gets its update, because it hasn't gotten the update yet. So right now, if you go back and you play Classic, you will be playing a version 4.7.5, which is an older version of the game, which does have adventure mode. But once it gets its updates, it's going to look like this. This just isn't ready to go yet. So to what extent is it worth it? Well, you're supporting the developers of a game that they've been working on for 20 years. That's the only reason to purchase it. If you don't want to support them, or alternatively don't have the money to support them, just simply wait for the update. And really, it's a play the version that you want. If you want to play in ASCII, or you're okay with tinkering and you want to mod stuff together so that you can make it work, then to have custom tile sets and whatnot, then do that. There is no reason to buy this version of the game. Quite literally. It's a free game, and it will continue to be a free game. And that's one of the things I love about Dwarf Fortress, because unlike many other games out on the market, when they say that they are a thing and they're going to stay being that thing, they do that thing and they stay being that thing. They're actually honest to their word. I mean, stealing a free game is one of the most redundant and kind of low things that you could possibly do as a human being, so absolutely no respect for you if you do that. It's just moronic. Can you steal something if it's free? I mean, this variant of the game isn't free. This tile set isn't free, so yeah, you can. Plunder a Spanish galleon and then buying it? Well, maybe don't buy something with stolen money. Theft of any kind is bad. Oh, no, they will be developed in parallel once Classic gets its update. Item, Ghostly Soap Maker. Okay, let's get that ghost dealt with. Well, that's not totally true. Tome has a free variant. The original ADOM still has a free variant. There's plenty of games out there that have free variants that are on Steam. Well, it's not that no other devs do that. It's just a very old-fashioned way of doing game dev, and a very respectable one. It's part of the reason I feel okay about, you know, streaming this game full-time, is I have a lot of respect for the guys that make it. There's plenty of games out there where I really don't. I don't really respect games that go back on their word. Yeah, that's fine, Foul Herpy. It was a clunky mess in a lot of ways, but it wasn't so bad once you got used to it. Let's just make sure that no dwarves are stuck. So far, no. So far, they've been pretty good about this. Awesome. You copied your water channeling video, yet you couldn't get it to drain. You used arrow slits at the edge of the map like you suggested. Any ideas? Are you sure you dug it all the way to the edge of the map? Like, you don't construct the arrow slits. You have to carve them into the edge of the map. The faith... Oh, shit. Our first proper religion. The faith of zeal has many worshippers in Riverdance. Now requires a temple and a priest. Couldn't dig any further? Was it dirt or stone? Because you have to smooth it and then put the fortifications in it. And it should just work. I just don't really have. If you're gonna steal a free game, like that's just low. That's all I have to say. I never really played the original game for more than an hour or two, but you've donated since then because they're pretty inspiring. They really are. Yeah, I agree. And I'm gonna continue donating monthly. In fact, I'm probably gonna increase the amount quite considerably because you guys are, you know, keeping me funded over here. So I'm gonna help fund the game that I like. You had an issue where the edge was an aquifer once. You can't drain there. Really? Because I'm pretty sure map I did with the underground river had an aquifer at the edge of it and it worked. Pretty sure that worked. But, I don't know. Weird. It won't let you smooth there? Really? If the edge of the map is an aquifer? That's odd. Yeah, I've never seen that. Red Octobear, what kind of dwarf do you want? You alt-F forward RimWorld when you saw an email about it coming out? What, for Dwarf Fortress coming out? That's funny. I mean, RimWorld's still a great game. No hate against RimWorld. Can you be a dwarf that gets picked the pre... Okay. Give me a minute. Even if the religion is like the religion of vomit and puking, I don't know what this religion is. It might be a really cruddy religion. But the sect of sweating, yeah, it might actually be the god of sweating. Something I didn't pick it picked me. Okay. Well, this is going to be our temple. Can I just say I think it's really funny that right here there's just like a blood splat? Like, there's just a pool of goblin blood at the bottom of the waterfall. Oh no, official headgear of the sect of sweating is a fedora. Oh boy. Got another artifact running around, a glassmaker. Uh-oh. I don't actually have... Hold on, I need to make a glass forge. A glass furnace. I also don't have... I did buy some pieces of glass not too long ago, so hopefully they have everything that they need. Wait. Oh, that's a magma one. Duh. Well, let's see if they claim it. Keep an eye on it. Your dwarves prayed to the church of sucking once? Did that church suck? Do gods actually exist in Dwarf Fortress, or are they all superstitions? It depends on the god. Gods can be living entities. So you may have a religion that worships the god of, like, I don't know, screaming and death, and the god of screaming and death also happens to be a troll that attacked your faction once 100 years ago. That is still alive, you know. So because living entities can be gods that can be worshipped, you can get some really interesting gods. Yeah, it could be a flying squirrel, an actual flying squirrel. But some of them are just made up entities. Yeah. I mean, like, as I've said to people who've played this, to a lot of older players, Omega, is it's like, yeah, it's a new menu to learn, but I'll be honest, there's a couple of people that are left negative reviews on the Steam version because the hotkeys have changed. And all I have to say to you is, number one, if you learn to play the original game, you have a big enough fucking brain to edit your hotkeys so that all of the old building hotkeys line up. As far as mouse control goes for the rest of the menus, that's coming. Tarn's working on it. Or keyboard control for the rest of the menus goes, that's coming. Tarn's working on it. And lastly, you learned a significantly more complicated UI. you can learn a significantly less complicated UI. Jesus Christ, people. Yeah, no, I mean, it's already had there's literally a patch in the works, and I don't know exactly when it's coming out, which is going to include a lot of things that people have been asking for, so I'm not too worried. Is smooth scrolling. That's something that would require a pretty hefty engine upgrade, which is Tarn said it's probably possible a couple of times, but probably possible also means it's probably never going to happen. Because you need to remember that this is largely code from 2002. This game is based on a custom-made engine from the early 2000s, right? It's like learning Linux and then complaining about double-clicking on Windows. Exactly. It's like learning a significantly harder piece of software and then complaining that they made it easier. It's like, what? I'm sorry, brain does not compute. Like, at all. When they say smoother scrolling, I think that they mean, like, smooth camera, not, like, locked. I mean, like, yeah, you can do this, but I assume that they mean, like, moving from tile to tile smoothly, like in RimWorld or Prison Architect. At the end of the day, it's still an ASCII game under the hood, right? So the reason the UI is so grid-like is because it still has to fit in an ASCII grid. The reason everything is locked in tiles and moves like a board game is because they're still on an ASCII grid, right? If being updated to UE5, it would probably run worse, to be fair. Yeah, I always refer to Dwarf Fortress as an art project that's held together with zap straps and duct tape. Myths and, there's a reason I don't talk about myths and magic when people ask what's coming for Dwarf Fortress, because it's not relevant. It's so far off. So far off. They could have made, but why would they have made? I mean, the original like game that came before Dwarf Fortress, which is just the original Slaves to Armok, was a fully 3D game. And they stopped working on it because they were able to add more to Dwarf Fortress in 3 months than they added in years to the original Slaves to Armok. Like, literally, the reason Dwarf Fortress has had developments for so long and Slaves to Armok was abandoned is because the original Slaves to Armok had been in development for like 8 years, or it was like 7 or 8 years, and Dwarf Fortress was able to catch up to it in features and then surpass it in just a couple of months. It's kind of Minecraft, yeah. I mean, actually, it's more like Fortress Craft, but. All right, so this needs to be a temple. No, not an inn tavern. This needs to be a temple. New temple. There we go. They worship the god of lightning. Okay, that's pretty badass. Who is Armok? Armok is, well, Q from Star Trek. God of all worlds. Tarn Adams invented every genre, confirmed. Oh, absolutely. Video games wouldn't exist without Tarn Adams. Armok is the player? Yes. Which is why the full proper title for Dwarf Fortress is Slaves to Armok, Chapter 2, God of Blood, Dwarf Fortress, I think. I might actually need to open up an older version. Oh, hold on. Just let me open up an older version of the game and check. What even is the full title of Dwarf Fort? Slaves to Armok, God of Blood, Chapter 2, Dwarf Fortress. There it is. Yeah. He could have been a billionaire by now if he didn't spend his life making dwarves run around planting mushrooms in a video game. Let me ask you a question, Venus Spitty Grew. What would you rather do with your life? Something you don't particularly enjoy that pays well, or something that you love doing that pays okay? I would rather do something I love doing. And not to compare myself with Zack and Tarn or anything, but everybody told me for years that Dwarf Fortress would kill my stream, and I wouldn't be able to survive streaming this game as much as I did. And after like a decade of existing, streaming Dwarf Fortress, or it felt like a decade, it wasn't a decade, but after like a good couple of years of streaming Dwarf Fortress, finally the game comes out and now there's a lot of people watching. I would say that the time spent streaming this game for me was worth it. Just like I would say that the time spent developing Dwarf Fortress for Zack and Tarn is worth it because, you know, they're getting a really big paycheck in February. Just because you could be a billionaire doesn't mean being a billionaire is worth it. You know? There's a reason billionaires are largely hated. And that's after me taking a lunch break and losing about 200 people. 250 people, actually, I think. You know? Billionaires should be illegal, yeah, that too. Hey, a vile force of darkness has arrived. Excellent. Not sure where. Ah, there they are. So I'm actually going to let them get to my fort and attack. Again, not that bad of an army.
Notch is a billionaire. He created Minecraft. He has even stated that Minecraft was directly inspired by Dwarf Fortress. If Zack and Tan Adams charged for this game 20 years ago, they'd be in a better position. This is
no, they wouldn't.
But an interesting though.
They wouldn't, because the game would have never gone viral the way it did, and it wouldn't have gained the same sort of popularity as it did. It would have been like, I always forget his name, but the developer who developed Sub Rosa and the original Bridge Builder games, if they charged for this game all along, it would have sold a couple thousand copies, like most indie games did back then, and it would have fallen off into obscurity. Go nuts, Xerof, but I'm not necessarily going to read it. Alright, so these goblins are coming closer. Also, Notch is kind of a douche. Okay, so we have a whole bunch of snatchers. I haven't caught anything yet, which is good. I just want them to spook this wagon into leaving. If there's dwarves on the surface, they're just going to die, and that's fine. All right, so let's actually just go underground and remake my burrows, which I removed ages ago. You got into Dwarf because everyone compared it to Minecraft, so you assumed that someone mentioned a billionaire. Yeah, no, totally. They're Notch is an unpopular character in a lot of circles for just generally not being a very good person. But your point is accurate that he is very rich. He is in fact very rich because he made a video game. But Dwarf Fortress never would have gone viral the way it did if it wasn't free. Also, like, yeah, it never would have blown up in the way it did, and it never would have maintained the amount of notoriety that it has if it wasn't free. There's no risk of cave-ins unless you completely remove supports from a thing. There is no structural integrity in Dwarf Fortress currently. Is it fully open source? No. It's not even... It's not open source at all, actually. It would have just been RimWorld, but earlier. RimWorld only sold as well as it did because of Dwarf Fortress, though. Like, straight up. Just remember that the vast majority of the early sales for RimWorld was Dwarf Fortress players. Like, yeah, it went mainstream in a massive way, but the early days of sales, its Kickstarter largely succeeded because of Dwarf Fortress players. RimWorld owes the majority of its success to the existence of Dwarf Fortress and the madness of the Dwarf Fortress fan base. There wouldn't be a RimWorld without Dwarf Fortress. So Dwarf Fortress, if it charged initially, wouldn't have been RimWorld, but earlier it would have been an obscure game that remained obscure. Oh yeah, no, totally. I mean, it's definitely, like, they've definitely... Dwarf Fortress has absolutely gained notoriety off of RimWorld, but RimWorld's Kickstarter largely succeeded because of the Bay 12 forums. And the first time I heard about RimWorld was on a self-promotion post on the Bay 12 forums. I still have a dwarf to name, don't I? For Red October. But we're doing this instead. I mean, I've shown that post off a couple of times because I think it's kind of hilarious. It's just like, the first response is amazing because the first response is literally scolding Tynan for self-promoting. It's like... How much money did the RimWorld guy make overall? Fuckloads. It's like, hasn't RimWorld sold like 5 million copies of the base game, not counting the DLC, and the DLC is all like the price of Dwarf Fortress practically? Well, I think it's actually 20, 30, but... Tynan's extraordinarily wealthy. And for a level designer on Bioshock Infinite, he's doing pretty well for himself. But, yeah, here, I'll show the post again. See? This was the original pitch thread for RimWorld, right here. And look how many times this thread has been viewed. RimWorld is, in fact, expensive as fuck, yes. RimWorld has also gone back on a number of promises, which annoyed the crap out of me, so... There's a lot of things about RimWorld that bothers me. All right, so let's lock all of the dwarves underground. No, okay, so they should all be booking it underground now. Here comes you know, my dwarves. Run, dwarves! Run! Oh no, they're getting arrows shot at them. I just want them to go in and attack this caravan so that they leave. Go attack the caravan. Alright, well, they appear to not be leaving. I will station my military up here. Actually, let's just give them the kill order. But, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of just the RimWorld versus Dwarf Fortress debates because I think that they're just kind of redundant at the end of the day. Majority of the sales have been in the first month. Adventure mode's not out yet. And also the game hasn't gone on sale yet. You know, every game is going to take a long time to sell. Just remember, Dwarf Fortress currently has outsold RimWorld when RimWorld launched. Selling faster than RimWorld did. And it's still selling. RimWorld's been on sale many, many times and has had many patches. Right? Patches get you sales. Sales get you sales. Word of mouth gets you sales. People getting paid gets you sales. And that takes time. So stating that it's not going to sell more than 1 million copies, I think is a little silly, considering how fast it's selling. Give it another 5 years. It'll get there. All right, so we're sending our military out. We do have this one axe dwarf. Okay, finally. The wagon got busted. That's unfortunate, but it's what it is. Here comes my military to deal with the siege. Get him, guys. I have a feeling Dwarf Fortress's sales will slow down for sure, but it's going to largely keep selling. You over here? Yeah, I completely agree. That sales arguments are boring and bland. It's just like, oh, come on. No point to this discussion. All right. Speaking of no point, let's get the spoils that we got from that wagon unforbidden for us. Was that dwarf naked? Some of the dwarves are carrying babies, and babies are all naked. No, it doesn't. It just it removes temperature tracking on items, so it doesn't prevent things from melting, or it shouldn't. It never did in the past. Dwarf Fortress is one of the most important games in history. I think saying that it is the most important game is maybe giving it too much credit, but it is one of the most important games in history. That is for sure. Can't find any reference to the existence in your fort ever, dead or alive. Wait, what? This was an amazing step forward. You're hoping that this was an amazing step forward, and you're hoping that this encourages Tarn and friends. Do you think that they'll ever bring more help to speed up development? I'd be surprised. I don't understand why everybody is so obsessed with that question. It's like, I doubt it, but maybe. Who knows? Jess, thank you very much for the raid. Chat, if you don't know who Jess is, she's been very much enjoying this game as well. And I recommend you click on that heart up there and give her channel a follow. She's part of my team, and she's a cool person. Plays cool video games, like Dwarf Fort. Most important after Pong? Well, I mean, it's up there with Pong and Doom, you know? Also, imagine considering Pong important. Pong's not even the first video game, I'll have you know. Well, a lot of dwarves in the hospital. All right. Technically, that's, what, Space War? I think it was called Space War. And then there was like a tic-tac-toe game that's a bunch of computer guys made like a decade before. But hi, Jess and Raiders. I hope that you had fun today. We've been having lots of fun. Maybe too much fun. There's been so many forgotten beasts, I had to seal off the caverns. All right, let's get that temple done down here. So this is going to require a temple and a priest, which we don't have enough value in here to set up just yet. Oh, gosh. You know, I'm just going to deconstruct all of these and then unsuspend all of them that way. I can, gosh, right, yeah, you can't. Okay, never mind. I will go through by hand and unforbid all these. I know there's a job screen somewhere in the game, but whatever. This way. So the dwarf that got named earlier is going to be the head priest for the god of thunder, which by the way is pretty badass, or the god of lightning rather. You know, speaking of Atari, I really need to buy that Atari 50 collection. There is a child that is really upset in the hallway of my building that sounds like a dog with its dick stuck in a vacuum. What the fuck is that sound? It is a very upset sounding child. No sweat. No, not the sweat god. And fascinating scenario. I stole that from something. Sounds like a dog with its dick stuck in a vacuum cleaner. I can't remember what movie that is, but might actually be one of the American Pie movies. For some reason, my brain remembers Jonah Hill saying that, so. I'm trying to remember, like, what movie that's from. It's from some, like, raunchy teen com. I'm trying to fucking think what it was. Check on the Glasscrafter possessed dwarf. Not a bad idea. Okay, well, it is claimed. They've grabbed... Well, they're not here, so that's a good sign. Well, they're still gathering stuff from the looks of things. They're also just, like, sitting here? I'm wondering if... Are you hauling anything? They might have gone insane when I turned the burrow on. But it claims that they're still possessed. Game isn't paused. Dwarf borked? Maybe. I don't want to delete this burrow. Yeah, it may have broken them when I turned the burrow on. Maybe I forbid the last item so he can't grab it. Well, according to the shop, he's not grabbing items anymore. It just says that he's claimed all the items, but I doubt that it's got anything to do with forbidding, but I can try mass unforbidding stuff. Well, it's no more confusing than any complicated strategy game. It's just stuff that you get used to with time, Bride. Like, it's no worse than, like, playing something like Crusader Kings, which admittedly is a complicated game. Yeah, I think that dwarf's borked. Something's borked with him anyway. Whatever. I'm not going to worry about it. Whereas I've got things that are more important that I do need to actually finish like this. So I'm just not going to worry about it. Recognize priesthood. The holy wildness. Holy wildness. Not that many options. But I have to give it to Red Octobear. Chat, which dwarf do you think should get it? I can't give it to Kyra Asylum because Red Octobear wants this dwarf. Why did that make a link? Because if you put a period in a sentence with anything, then Dwarf Fortress thinks, or the Twitch chat thinks it's a link. I'm not making it into the dough bar, the top one. Not making it into that one. Priest equals liar. Which is why I'm asking you guys, which one do you think should get it? Not the top one, any of the others. And then that one is going to go to Red Octobear. Twitch's URL validation sucks. Lightast. Adequate liar. All right. Red Octobear it is. Red Octobear. Red Octobear is 72 years old. She is healthy. And she is blissful, remembering a great bedroom. And didn't feel anything after seeing a goblin's dead body 10 billion times. She needs alcohol to get through the working day like any good priest, and she is sloppy with her living space and dislikes helping others, and she is not driven. And there's miasma over there. She's not driven, and she rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success. She's quick to form negative views about things, and she is rarely feels discouraged. She tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and she is assertive. She prefers to present herself modestly, and she is very humble. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. She personally finds artwork boring and dreams of mastering a skill. Also, this is why I don't ban links in my chat, because people just randomly ban themselves, like time themselves out for accidentally typing in a link. It's goofy. She likes tetrahedrite, electrum, shell opal, jasper tooth, naff fabric, and the four-sided prisms, warhammers and shields and crowns and papyrus sedges for their useful stems. The fuck's a sedge? All right. Prefers to consume cuttlefish and one-humped camel cheese. And not two-humped camel, one-humped camel. And white mullet beer. And hates worms. Papyrus! It's funny because Avatar 2 just came out. It's papyrus! It's papyrus! It's one of my favorite bits. People accidentally liking their Twitch links too. Yeah. Spark Arrester! Welcome back for a second month. Good to have you around. Looking at the wrong art? Yeah, definitely, Sigil. Definitely. You need to find art that's for you. It's like, I find jazz boring. Well, clearly you're listening to the wrong jazz. Is a type of sedge plant? Really? Huh. Okay. Learn something every day, I suppose. Clearly, I mean, this is an educational video game. Didn't anybody give you guys the memo? Receiving a phone call. We need 42 subs to unlock another emote chat. Hold on. Tomorrow's going to be an interesting stream, chat. The reason I say that in kind of an ominous fashion is sometime between 12 and 3, some guy's going to show up to fix my stove. So I'm going to be here streaming with some dude in my kitchen fixing my stove. Because there's a problem with one of the burners, and my landlord's just getting around to fixing it because, you know, landlords. Oh, hey, finally! So, you know, streamer life. Yeah, it's like one of my teammates. She was getting some renovation or some stuff done on their, because they just bought a house, and she was getting some stuff done, and like she was streaming, and there was like people like doing something with like walls in the other room, and so she's like sitting there streaming video games, and they're just like kind of casually peeking in, going, "Hey, my landlord's good. Like I'm very fortunate to have a really nice landlord." All right, or rather, the company that manages is really good. Oh no, we got another ghost. Okay. I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. You continue to impress. I have come to empower you to elevate this land in the eyes of our realm. Okay. There is much to share. Information's been added to civilization and world info. I'm chat. People who give me money on Patreon, you know what we're doing. All right. We're requesting cheese. You finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. They want cut gems and scepters. Stovetop is broken, or one of the burners on the stovetop stopped working. And my washing machine isn't broken. My washing machine just has this tiny little crack in the back of it that's been slowly getting bigger, slowly getting bigger, slowly getting bigger, slowly getting bigger. What? Oh, yeah, I need people to DM me their name if they're on Patreon. Can you DM me on Patreon with your Twitch name, and then I can add you? Yeah, so the washing machines just had this tiny little crack that's been slowly getting bigger, and they just decided to replace it this past week because it's the end of the year, so that's when they do all their repairs. But it still works just fine. It's just got a crack in the back of it. What's the highest pop in a fortress you've seen? Well, there is a cap at 200. So 200? 220 is the hard cap. But you can set that number to whatever your computer can handle. Got a crack at the back of yours. You got a crack at the back of you too. I see what you did there. All right, sweet. So we can finish that up. We get all these bodies dealt with. So break that. Yeah, see, that's not legal here, Swanky Diggins. All right. Especially in a place where it's, you know, minus 20 outside. Rentals Wild West as fuck. A lot of people rent not legal units. So that's got something to do with it. Ooh, Peacock has been missing for a week. Must have died during the siege. All right, so. Why do I keep, like, messing this up? Can't type. I accidentally closed the Who is a Ghost thing. What's the name of that ghost? Oh, it went away. Fine. Respawn later, ghost, and then I will slab you. Legal rental's a big gray area. Don't live in an illegal suite. Like, it's actually not that gray. There's licensed suites and there's non-licensed suite. This is a licensed suite that is rented out by a licensed company. I used to rent something that wasn't licensed, and yes, that sucked. My base looks amazing. Thank you. All right, so what was I doing? Let's go work on this. A phone call just completely threw me off. Yeah, well, I mean, if you're renting an illegal unit and you get fucked around by your landlord, that's why you don't rent illegal units. The problem is legal units aren't always readily available, right? You know, and like that was my situation when I first moved out. Was there wasn't anything that was particularly readily available, and we got fucked around a lot. I lost a lot of money and ended up almost getting sued. So, unfortunately, the majority of basement suites and a lot of apartment rentals are not legally licensed. But if you can get a place that's on the up and up, they treat you well because legally they have to, and they're liable if they break. Which is why if you can get a legal place, keep it for as long as you can. There is no grayness to it. It's like it's illegal to steal something. There's no grayness to that. It's just illegal. We don't know what makes it legal or illegal. They need to be officially inspected by an inspector. Similar to selling a house, you have to get an inspector to come in and make sure that it's livable, right? So if it's a non-licensed place that you're renting, and it hasn't been inspected, and it hasn't been appraised, and it hasn't been clarified by the city that it's legal to rent out, then it's not legal. Most places don't bother. Because, you know, who's going to stop you from just charging $200 a month to rent out a room in your apartment or your house? Only two rental systems. One is governmental, the other one is more for profit. One is cheaper, and the other is more than double. Yeah, that's another thing. Is legal units often end up being more expensive, and I've always been in the fortunate position of just barely being able to afford my rent. So, yeah, you need running water, a functional toilet, a thermostat in the unit. You need all of the appliances that are required for legal living, like, you know, a sink and a toilet, and they need to function. Otherwise, you can sue them. This is such a strange chat to be having with conversation to be having with chat right now. I don't know why. It's just like, yeah, there's such a thing as like actually licensed units for rental. Show me a big city where the number of homeless people is bigger than the number of empty houses. You'll wait. Yeah. I got into a big argument with a friend on the train about this relatively recently. About, you want to solve homelessness? Give them housing. People who live outside generally have addiction issues, which is an illness. Am I giving the legal basics minimum for my dwarves? I'm doing my damnedest. I mean, they have bedrooms, although I haven't quite finished this last patch that I made. But we do need to get those done. I also need doors for these rooms. Oh, we are in the process of renovating up the last few. Apparently I just ran out of beds. So how many beds do I need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So let's just do 20 beds. And let's do a rock door. 50. Because I'm going to need more of those anyway. All right. Well, chests. Also, I don't think Dwarven society is a great one to compare to human society on Earth because Dwarven society has pretty different goals and ideals as well that varies rather wildly from the way things are in like on Earth. But you know, you're off, Framer. We'll see when we see you. Thanks for hanging out today. Nothing is free except Dwarf Fortress. This is true. You called dibs on the pump stack going wrong? Sad. You might not be wrong, though. At least 40% of rental apartments non-market, and that's what we all should have? Yep. Yeah, no, everybody should have legal housing. The world isn't perfect, unfortunately. Mendelf, what kind of dwarf do you want? Just at me with the job. And I'm assuming you would want a beard. Not everybody wants a beard, so about time you got it. What kind of dwarf do you want? Just a random one? All right. You're a stonecutter named Locum. There's an I in your name, which I didn't type in. You'd give five dwarves for one legendary farmer right now? Well, just make a farmer's guild. And Slific one. Thank you very much for that prime sub. 44 years old, you've had 2 lovers. You were haunted by a ghost and you were horrified by this. And you're going to go report a crime right now. You're actually running to the police to go report a crime because it looks like some dwarf tantrumed. And you're going to go report it. Also, we found a blue peacock dead, so maybe it's related to that. What actually is the crime? Hold on. I'm curious. Okay, so child committed a crime. Child committed a crime. We're going to convict. Actually, I wonder if Domalith is finally old enough that I can actually send them to prison. We're going to... yeah, maybe they are finally old enough that we can actually send them to prison. Snitches? Nah. This is Dwarf Fort. Dwarves generally value the law. Okay, so, Locum Gemdor. Gemdor, that's a cool name. Fucking Forgotten Beast. We're gonna have to read your dwarf in a minute. God damn. The Forgotten Beast, no more Esmum Ewam, has come. A great humanoid composed of schorl. It has 3 long, straight tails and a bloated body. Beware its poisonous sting. Motherfucker. All right. Where it at? Where it be? Where it think? Where it sit? Where it look? Where it live? What it do? Did it leave the map? All right, no, there it is. Oh, okay. It's another one that I can't get to. That's fine. We'll just let it do its thing. God damn it. There's so many of them. We're gonna start getting combat logs of them fighting down there, I think. Also, there's 2 ghosts floating. 3 ghosts. Let's see. Zassit, Uvash, and Edom. Zas. Uvat. Right. Uvash. And Edom. Edom. Grumble. Oh, there it is. Ghost, no slabs engraved. You might be ready to join this Discord of mine. Exclamation point Discord. I mean, or you can click on the thingy down beneath the stream. There's just a box that you can just click. Let's pull that lever. Pull it again. That's not just trolls. There are other building destroyers, but the building destroyers are few and far between. The only thing holding him back was a pair of doors. He's just lazy. Quite literally. He's just lazy. If you don't want your dwarves to get convicted of crimes, yes, you do in fact have to do them. Did I just queue up a ballista arrow? I probably did. All right. Oh, shit. The hillocks of City Tapered, a short walk to the southeast, looks to your thriving economy for its future prosperity, and it has been incorporated into your holdings. Dwarves do, in fact, get convicted of crime, and they will get thrown in prison, too. Speaking of prison, I was going to check if that dwarf got thrown in prison. Not from the looks of things. All right, well, speaking of prisons, I do actually need to make more prison cells, so let's do that. Did I just accidentally an empire? Not accidentally. It starts happening if you're a baron. If you're a barony, and because we now have holdings, we are no longer a barony. We're now a county. We have a count. So I didn't accidentally in anything. A mechanic happened because it was supposed to happen. What do holdings do? You can request workers from them. You can request temporary citizens, basically. And you can make them send you things. Also, chat room, if anybody's curious, we currently have 2,359 subscriber points. If we increase that number to 2,400, we unlock another emote. So many unhappy peeps. Yeah, it's most of them are kids. Fortunately, not many of them are tantruming, which is quite nice. Can't afford? That's fine. I'm just giving updates because some people were asking. All right. They're not, kids aren't actually doing any jobs, believe it or not. Claiborne, thanks for the subscription. Cheers. What's up, Blind? Great videos, man. He's helped out a ton. You put 20 hours in since Thursday? Well, got to start somewhere. Thanks, Rolf, for doing that, by the way. Working full-time construction games haven't made you this irresponsible since high school. Your wife is exasperated. You love this game. That's great. Hopefully, it doesn't get you in trouble at work. That would be not optimal. You had it sitting around. Thanks, Imgram. Trying to unlock those emotes. Don't get very many opportunities to get this many emotes. All right. Well, yeah, if you look at the kids, a lot of them are pissed. I'm trying my best to keep them happy, and I've managed to improve some of them by making a whole bunch of toys, but it's still not optimal. I do have a couple pissed off, like, just normal dwarves, but generally they're okay. So, we're doing what we can. Got your prime coming in a week or so? Well, that's good. Thank you. All right, so let's take a peek at pipes. How are we doing on pipes? Seems like they stopped making pipes. Cool. Iron pipe. Let's make 80. And iron cork. And we will also make 80. Also, because the river on the surface is freezing, take a real quick peek, see if there's water in either of these lower ones. Where's your adamantine boat? Wrong video game? Kinda wanna just go down to this layer. Do it here. We're gonna have to fend off like 8 different... We're gonna have to fend off like 8 different Forgotten Beasts to do it here, is the problem. Which might be a bit of fun. Can I explain the pump stack? I have a video on how to build them. But what we're planning to use it for is we're planning on using it for pumping lava up the map. So that's what it's going to be for. Let's set up power, shall we? There really isn't too much more to say aside from that. It's going to be for magma. That can be where we power it. Got a new project in mind? Hell yeah, Sam. Oh, absolutely. They can and do frequently kill each other. The DSR. If anyone wants the save file before you go, you'll post it in Discord. I mean, chuck it up. Chuck it up there and also put it on the Dwarf Fortress file depot. The DFFD. We have yet another petition. Sure, I'll take an entertainer. I don't need a monster slayer. I'm scared that they'll kill my dragon if I appoint any monster slayers. All right. I'm going to redirect the water underground to use as part of to use for my power generator. Yes. All right. Bunch of ghosts have risen, so let's get these dealt with. I think I screwed that one up, but whatever. So many tombs. Yeah, that happens in big fortresses. Is it possible to get animal people to join your fort? Yep, but it's much easier with adventure mode. Without adventure mode, it's quite difficult. As in, you just have to hope they show up and ask to join. But with adventure mode, you could make a party of 20, I don't know, bearmen, and then make them join your fort. Yep, you can absolutely set up an infinite feedback loop with a water wheel, but that's one of the bugs that I refuse to abuse because I think it's goofy. I'm just not a fan of it. There's instructions on the wiki on how to do it if you want. But to me, it's just cheesy and bleh, not a fan. Yeah, absolutely. Like, I'd rather dig a big underground river and put water wheels on it. That's just more fun. You have a cave fish person who came into your fort through your river, and you might add him at a pool to your tavern. I wonder how well the cave fish person can swim. I'm not certain that swimming... I mean, maybe he's a legendary swimmer, actually. That would be kind of interesting. Sweet. Ghosts all got put to rest. He's like a mermaid? Pretty much, yeah. So currently he's in the aqueduct. Oh, that's interesting, actually. Yeah, put a pool in your tavern. Why not? Having a hard time creating flow for your water wheels on your underground river. What do you suggest? You have to make sure that the water has a place to go. Otherwise, you won't get any flow. So I usually just redirect it off the map so that it flows off the map by smoothing the end of it and then fortifying the end of it with fortifications. I can show you how to do it once we get this one mostly ready to go. But they first have to dig all the way to the end. Oh, this is going to be a pain. This is going to be a pain. I might actually just drop this down a layer. Because it's right beneath this water, which means they're going to just stop. They're just going to break the digging job every single time I queue it up. You forgot to fortify? Yep, that would be why it doesn't work if you didn't fortify. Cave with 7 of 7 water, is it a bad idea to drain it? It will just infinitely fill. So it's not drainable unless it's like a secluded, like if it's connected to the edge of the if it's connected to the edge of the map, it will just, you know, refill itself basically. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop digging this right here. Your tavern is going to be obsidian themed, so you're going to try and build a rock out of black bronze. Ooh. Now, black bronze is a pretty gaudy metal. I'm a fan. Looks like we're colliding with water here. It's going to require a lot of reselecting. It's going to be a slow process. Good thing they mine quick. Yep. Shouldn't be too bad. It'll be better once they actually get through to both sides, because currently, like, they keep running back and forth, which is a bit annoying. It is slowing things down, but once they get through this side, this should be a little better. You know what? Let's just get across here and just focus on this half. Oopsies. New underground river? Yeah, I'm not using the top side. We're just going to use this because I want something that doesn't freeze. I want to have power all the time, which means this might... Well, actually, it's not might. This will cause some frame loss, but I don't care. All right, so you can go out through the middle. You made a fort on a volcano, so it's only natural. I mean, volcanoes aren't dangerous. It's the things that come out of the volcano that's dangerous. The volcano itself is perfectly safe. The issue is the, like, magma crabs that will come crawling out of it pretty frequently. That's the issue. That's the thing that you need to be careful with. Okay, did I queue up a bunch of things to be channeled that I didn't actually want channeled? Yes, I did. Fuck me. Okay, cool. I'm good at this. It's okay, I can fill it in with wall pieces. One season into your volcano, it erupted? Do volcanoes actually erupt on their own terms now? Because that's new if that's the case. Which is really exciting if it is. Magma crabs are animals. They shoot fireballs. In the squad menu, if you deselect a squad with a checkbox and choose train, does it force training, ignoring the schedule? Yes. As far as I can tell, anyway. Because I'm pretty sure that volcanoes don't actually erupt. But there's some previously there was bugs that could make them seem like they were erupting, even though they weren't technically. Huh. Covered half the map before it stopped. Well, then that's new. That's really cool, actually. Gotta tell you, Merc Dominith, it's not a smart idea to attack my military while tantruming. just gotta throw that out there. If you tantrum, don't punch the military. It's like getting all angry at somebody and then punching a cop. Just like, maybe don't do that. What's up, Cassandra? You had a weird bug when you set your squad on the rest schedule and they kept constantly unequipping and re-equipping their armor. If you have stockpiles and also armor stands and they're set to store their stuff on the armor stands, I've noticed that happen too. But once you get everything set up correctly, it seems to cease. A beekeeper has been possessed. All right, let's follow you. Chat, what's the biggest threat we've defeated in this playthrough? Probably that were creature that got into the fort. But we've had various forgotten beasts. Various forgotten beasts. Although I would say the greatest actual threat that we've dealt with on this playthrough was me building that pump stack. That pump stack is the greatest threat to my sanity. Frames? No, that's not the greatest threat. War dogs are amazing? Fuck your war dogs. I got war grizzlies. Yeah, true. That one forgotten beast that made everybody's skin rot off and their eyes fall out. That was pretty cool. How many layers that pump stack have? You know, I'll be honest, I haven't counted it. I have not counted it. First of granite, early spring, year 260. Fort's 9 years old. Well, it turns out dwarves who don't have eyes can't see enemies to attack. However, you can give them orders to attack enemies. And if they have orders to attack enemies, they will just attack them. Oh yeah, actually, no, but Bernie just like randomly torching half the fort repeatedly was kind of pretty bad. I have a dragon right next to my library, and whenever a siege would attack, my dragon would just like start burning everything that moves. So we kind of had to lock him in there, unfortunately. Kind of had to lock him in there. What happened to the rock that I captured? It's in a cage. It keeps going wild, so I haven't like released it yet. Bernie cinders. I made that joke once and it's stuck, I guess. Did I get a big sparrow in a cage? Oh shit, we did buy that, didn't we? Probably. I need to let it go. I've never actually gotten a breeding pair. I've only gotten a breeding pair of rocks once, and the one time I got a breeding pair of rocks, the lady rock refused to lay eggs. Like we made her a nest box and put them in the right zone and everything, but she just didn't lay eggs. You just embarked in a new map and everything that you own is in a 1x1 hole. Oh, did you embark in a scary map? Oh, of the volcano erupting? Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, if that's actually a thing now, that's awesome, actually. Makes me want to actually settle on volcanoes again. Oh, another Hillix has been found at a day's travel to the north. Well, that's cool. Apparently volcanoes can erupt now? I don't know. I mean, like there's some weird bugs that have existed in the game in the past that have made it seem like volcanoes are erupting when they're not actually erupting. But I don't know if this is actual eruptions or if this is uh something that feels like an eruption that isn't. It's hard to say. It's really really hard to say. But I haven't seen it myself, and I haven't played a fort that's done that. So still cool. It has been confirmed that volcanoes erupt now. Okay, awesome, cool. That makes me really happy to hear. Actually, Krug's, yeah, it was very similar to Krug's rocks. Actually, now that you mention it, because I think it was it Scorch Fountain, where he had that rock enclosure. I think it was Scorch Fountain. Just make sure you build a door to your fort, and the lava will be fine. Well, I guess we need to do another volcano fort after this one, then. But I want to become the mountain home in this world, so. I got kind of bored of Scorch Fountain, I'll be honest. It was a bit long. My favorite Krug Smash Tails monster killer, pretty firmly. Long Death 2? No. I will never do another 500-year-long fort. A wood door is fine. I would make your doors out of rock, but, I mean, if you want to make a wooden door, you could. Was Honeystoker? Honeystoker was also really cool. I think Honeystoker was the first one of his that I watched, actually. Only if things only collapse in Dwarf Fortress if there is nothing supporting it. Any features I hope get added in the future? I mean, we just got more quality of life features than I've ever had ever for this game, so not really in the quality of life department. But as far as features I hope get added to Dwarf Fortress, I want dwarves to be able to smoke. It weirds me out that I can't make them pipes, and it weirds me out that I can't grow, like, tobacco for them. I actually miss the keyboard control. I think the mouse control is back and hurting my hand, actually. I mean, they don't need to be stoners necessarily, but it's weird. Like, to me, there's two really, really dwarfy things. This dwarf owns a cat. Look at that. Or this dwarf is owned by a cat. There we go. Proper wording. Like, there's two things that are extraordinarily dwarfy, right? Axes. And my axe! Drinking ale. And smoking. And it's weird to me that dwarves don't smoke. Okay, that glassmaker finally died. Will not just be one plant. True. There will be like 80 different plants that you can smoke, and you'll have to forbid half of them so that they still get brewed into alcohol. Yours mixed Snoop Dogg? God damn right. Yeah, but I want it for... I don't actually care that much about, like, the construction. Like, constructing stuff with the mouse is fine. For me, it's the menu control. And yes, I'm aware that you can turn it on, but it's not total control, which means I'm just jumping back and forth between the mouse and the keyboard, and fuck that. I want all or nothing, and so I'm taking nothing. I mean, I'm using hotkeys for building stuff, like I keep on hitting N and Z and B, but like, no, it's like having to go through this menu and individually add every dwarf. It's that kind of shit. It's like how you used to have to click on on the block the right number of times instead of just being able to click an all button. But they added an all button, so I've had to get very careful with my wrist stretching once again, because I used to play games that were entirely mouse driven, and I also used to stream a lot of Elite Dangerous back in the day, and those were games that made my wrists hurt, and I had to stretch a lot. I basically had no problems with my hands streaming Dwarf Fortress for 4.5 years on a keyboard. But now that the game is mouse controlled again, I've had to start doing hand stretches again, which is fine. I mean, it just keeps my wrists strong, right? But you need to memorize floors next? Yeah. No, I mean, there's It's definitely doable. But I want like menu control. Actually, hold on, I can't do all these at once. They will cancel. Do these one at a time. Just realizing. All right, let's just let them work on that. Medium long-term goals, you're looking at it. They'll get this pump stack working. Logitech ball mouse for the win. That shit's a meme, dude. Let's do this. And about vertical mouse, but you haven't tried? It just means I have to stretch my hands. It's fine. Cassiterite Scepter and offers it to the Riverblades. Well, that seems like an object that needs to be given to my royal. Okay, so it's called Murstal Othil, and this is a Cassiterite Scepter. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round Cassiterite cabochons and square brilliant cut precious fire opals, and studded with iron and decorated with raccoon bone, and encircled with bands of oval Cassiterite cabochons. This object is adorned with hanging rings of naked mulldog leather, and menaces with spikes of Cassiterite and smoky quartz. Oh no, totally. It's just a matter of what you're used to, right? All right, well, let's give that to you. To our account. Also, I gotta say, saying that you're an old RimWorld player is funny. Unless you mean like old age-wise, it's like RimWorld is still like a very recent game in my brain. Like it released out of early access like 5 years ago. Dwarf Fortress sometimes reads like Mad Libs. Have you ever read the text in Caves of Cud? Because that game straight up just has Markov chains. Like that game can generate like 100-page long books, which are bananas to read. Let's sell these elves silver bolts. I ain't using them. Sup, RSG? How's things? Chat, ads are about to happen, so dodge. Apologies in advance. Cud books are bonkers, yep. You're so bad at it that you barely ever get beyond the starting canyon? You don't start in a canyon by default, you start in Yappa. What I would say, if you're bad at Cud, turn on saving at towns. I don't think there's any shame in saving at towns in Cud. Some people like to kind of shame people for doing that, but just do that. Just save at towns. Learn to play the game. Fucking sentient bananas. Yes. I need to play more Cud. I'm kind of waiting for it to leave early access though. How can anyone shame a person for playing? People are dicks. So our Countess Arab meets with the elf diplomat, Lali Yukiku, and they say, "Greetings from the woodlands. There is much to discuss. We elves are partial to the trees in the forest surrounding your lands, although we loathe to spare a single branch to your senseless slaughter. I'm willing to ask that you cap your tree fells until 25 until we next meet. I will try to return next year as I am able." They're not here to start a war, they're here to negotiate, and that seems like a pretty reasonable request, frankly. Now, when you say elitist people who are elitist pricks, are you referring to the elves, or are you talking to people who play Dwarf Fortress? We can part with at most 42 trees. Butcher. Cavern trees count as trees, yes. Sounds like they want to go to war. Nope, they're negotiating. They're actually quite reasonable. There is much to share. Information has been added to the civilization and world info. All right. Let's just wait on those last 2 items. No elves left in your world, so YOLO. Good for you. I think those are goblins that you're referring to. They're the green ones. Elves aren't green. All right, well, I'm going to sell them these bolts. Pretty decent value. Let's see, what did they bring? Buy some puzzle box for the kids. They brought a giant weasel. Yes, please. Ooh, a snowy owl. A giant wren. A giant wolf. Gimme. Giant pupper. Big pupper. Look at that. Who doesn't want a giant wolf? I know I want a giant wolf. Turns out, trading with the elves is still good if you want cool big animals. Buy those socks, why not? Look at all these fruits. Peaches and apricots. Delicious. Cactus fruits. Persimmons. Cherries. Apples. Bayberries. And some instruments. I mean, if you chop down all of the trees on the map, yeah, they will go after you. I mean, we'll go to war with the elves this playthrough. Don't worry. I'm going to do that. I'm just taking my time because I like to take my time with this game. And I want to get animals from them first. It's just plump helmets and dog leather. Like, if you want to get cool shit, you have to be a big fort with royalty. Used to not be that way, but it is that way now. Let's see if we can trade these. Sweet. Thank you for your business. They seem happy with the trading. Gave them a good deal. Keep them happy with us. Also, wait. We are actually allied with the elves right now, believe it or not. Happened in World Gen at some point. But, let's move those new giant critters out of their cages, shall we? Apparently we got a shit ton of naked dogs in cages, by the way. There's a giant sparrow, which we're just going to release. We've got so many naked dogs. Holy crap. Also a troglodyte, apparently. How do you gather fruit? With a gather zone? Bug bat, bug bat. I kind of have a lot of animals. Kind of do. All right. If Mikami's still around. Can confirm. Hey, George. Without them attacking you, you can pasture them, but the best way to release them is to build the cage, attach a lever to it at a distance, and then pull the lever and release them from it. Not that I've seen Wanderlust. And I only saw that happen in some forts. Like, it wasn't every fort where they'd show up covered in egg yolk. It was only sometimes. But I think it depends on if there is feather trees on their home, in their home biome. Yeah, they can reach more fruit with a step ladder, so give them lots of step ladders if you're going to do that. We're going to go all the way to the bottom of this. Continue working on that long, low path down here. I mean, that's what I did with Long Death. Sonic got nuked. Like, true story. That is what I did with Long Death. It was just a giant hole in the ground. You're going to steal that for your fort? I mean, it's super simple right now. It's going to be kind of annoying to dig the whole thing out, though. Next step is to build a training death room for your many, many captured troglodytes, I guess. I mean, you could just release them in your barracks where your military is training. And they'll get some good practice out of it. I've definitely done that before. Also, I totally missed this, but Stomp Boxings, thanks for the tier 1 subscription. And Guivier 101, also with the tier 1. Cheers. Oh, hiccups. Jesus. I totally missed those. So, apologies for that. So we're going to dig into the wall a little bit here. And we are going to put a floodgate right there so that we can seal this thing off if and when needed. This is going to be a shizload of water flow, so we have to be kind of careful. Always make an emergency off switch for your water. Always. Just pro tip, always have an emergency off switch. I'm not going to be carving a fortification in this side. We're going to be digging up. But I still need to go the other way. Thought I had floodgates. Guess not. Just need one. You know, it's kind of funny, right? Very popular game right now. Timberborn, right? It's a city builder where you play as beavers. Very, very, very popular game right now. A lot of copies sold. It's done very, very well. I'm very happy for the team behind it because they're really nice people. But it's so fucking boring if you've played Dwarf Fortress, because Dwarf Fortress has the exact same water mechanics, essentially, but also with a lot more depth and better in almost every way. So, because I've played Dwarf Fortress, Timberborn is the most mind-numbingly dull, uninteresting, boring game you could imagine, and it kind of sucks. It sucks. It's just like, man, why would I play this game when I could just play Dwarf Fortress? And so I've streamed that game a couple of times, and every time I streamed it, I'm just like, man, I just want to go play Dwarves. Fuck this shit. Timberborn's fine. It's fine. But, man, Dwarf Fortress is just better. I don't know. Hamster men are pretty cute, and they show up sometimes in Dwarf Fort. Water mechanics depth? Yeah, but like Dwarf Fortress has better water mechanics, minus the annoying limitations that game has. Joke about water depth? We're making lots of jokes about water depth. Did you just get a gremlin, Sharika? Alright, so I think what we're going to do down here is we're going to channel down one layer. You get genuinely sad when some of them die? You can have the same feeling in Dwarf Fort for sure. This is true. Gremlins release things from cages and pull levers. They also make excellent mayors. And I don't know about you, but I certainly would vote for Gremlin. Why am I going off the map like this? Because I want to. Not because it needs to be done, by the way. And why am I making it fun shapes? Because fun shapes are fun. Boring shapes are boring. I like fun shapes. Only if Gremlin worships Blob? Yes, because in this house we worship Blob. I'll hail the holy Blob. Your favorite fort deaths are when you lose track of where there's... My favorite fort deaths are one that are entertaining. Those are my favorite fort deaths. Finally, by the way, our drink supply has stabilized, which is good. You did watch that VOD? Hell yeah. Blob is orb. Orb is rock. All hail orb. Good times. We need to make another orb fortress. Speaking of, I wonder how Orby and the orbits are doing. They have 40 dwarves. Shout out to the holy orbs. They're doing well. Dwarf Fortress has spoiled you? I mean, Stardew Valley and Dwarf Fortress are very, very different games. You really have to be in Stardew Valley largely for the writing. Why are your dwarves mad? Because I have a dragon in my fort that's torched half the fort like twice. So, I mean, you know, you can't make everybody happy. Some dwarves are just broken. You love the way this game lets you develop stories? Absolutely. And also, not all of my dwarves are mad. Vast majority of them are happy. Or at least mostly pleased. We're in a pretty good spot, actually. For a fort of 200, we're doing okay. Not to mention all the ghosts and bodies we've had to clean up, too. One of the most pissed off dwarves in the fort, actually, is our captain of the guard, which I think is kind of funny. Like, I'm kind of doing nothing to make him happy, just because I think it's kind of funny. Is 201 my cap? No, 220 is my cap. Which is the default. I would not recommend turning that up unless you want the game to run at glacial speeds. But if you like playing Dwarf Fortress in PowerPoint presentation mode, then it's pretty good. I like my frame rates to be playable. Your current fort is made up of a society of dwarves that you're imagining interprets the sounds of inanimate objects and screams, and worships a screaming axe that's engraved on the wall with all the statues? Yes. Naturally. This is very dwarfy. I appreciate this. Do they actually have a screaming axe god, or is that just like something that you did? It's like, what do you worship? We worship the god of ah! My population settings are default, so yes. Visitor cap of 100, invader cap of, I think it's 250. Although we haven't had any big invasions yet. Scariest things we've had are just Forgotten Beasts and then Child Snatchers from the Goblins. And obviously, like, the dragon. The god of Kinderbad, I think. God of internal screaming and external shouting. But no, I mean, we have a temple to the god of lightning in this fort, which is pretty badass. Because the dwarves requested it. Popular religion. It's for lava, yes. And it's also taken me 2 days. This is very slow process. I may also have to go up 1 more level. I still need a way to get the lava from the pump stack itself to in here somewhere. I haven't actually decided where the lava's going to go yet, which is maybe bad planning, but, you know, it's going to need to go this way. So let's say over here. Let's do something like this. Oh, somebody froze to death in the water. Well, that's smart of you. Do the water wheels take a lot of time? A lot of time to do what? Build? No. They're pretty quick. Actually, I'm gonna make me 2 iron floodgates. And I'm going to, or 10 iron floodgates, I guess. And I'm gonna send this in 2 separate directions. I'm trying to... I don't have a glass industry set up currently. I'm trying to think... I just got a really cool idea, chat. So what if... Hear me out. What if we dig along here, right? And I make this into a giant lava reservoir, right? We make the entrance to the fort down here where this waterfall is. This is a stupid project, but hear me out, chat. We make the entrance to the fort near where this waterfall is. So let's just say like right here, right? And our defenses, we dump lava into the river. So enemies can only enter in the winter, and then we dump lava on them. That's going to be horrendous for frame rate. But I think that'd be pretty badass. It would make obsidian. Yes. The river would become an obsidian river. We only need to do it. We only need to run it once to turn the river into obsidian. Why not just make a lava moat? Because it's cooler to just have an obsidian canyon that occasionally just goes and blasts everything with lava. Also, Obsidian Prison is my new death metal band, by the way. All right. Fun project. Let's go. I mean, the fort is called Riverdance, right? We just didn't tell them that they were dancing on fire. That'll be fun. Does it explode? I don't know. Not really. So I'm going to, I think, dig this way. We're going to plug this. Hello, Wade Master. My dramatic acting made it seem that way. Acting, I'm just excited about a project idea that I just got. Obsidian Prison's new single is Dance in the River of Fire. Absolutely. I can't wait until Obsidian Prison opens for Amon Amarth, by the way. I would think it would be a similar kind of thing. They definitely go on tour with Obituary, though. Like, come on. My passion is scary. Good. Also, that's what she said. Coffee. Good coffee. So if you have temperatures on and you dump magma into water, it would... I don't know if the steam it creates would be lethal. I don't think steam is lethal in Dwarf Fortress. You just finished up your first term of winter exams on your way home, and it's settled in well. Isn't it great to see me sitting at the top of the Dwarf Fortress category, and I haven't changed a bit? Hell yeah. Well, I mean, I don't want my fame to change my stream too much. I mean, I straight up told somebody to stop watching and leave the other day when they were complaining that we were talking about politics when I was bitching about Twitter. It's like, this is my only social outlet. God damn it. If I want to bitch about Twitter, I'm going to bitch about Twitter. Jesus, people. It's because there's more people watching doesn't mean I'm a different person. Dwarves are heat treated? Hell yeah. In reality, though, like, building a lava river like this is actually just me being lazy in a lot of ways. Like, I could absolutely build a big reservoir and, like, make lava cannons, but just dumping it somewhere is way easier and faster. So it's kind of like a solution for my own laziness. All right, so let's go into fluids and grab that floodgate. Oh, did they not make that floodgate yet? What the fuck? Slow as hell, lazy dwarves. Gotta remove the natural water, though? Just gotta dump water on it. That's easy enough to do. Or dump lava on the water to remove it. It's easy enough to do. I mean, the easiest way to get across an ocean in Dwarf Fort is to dump lava on it. People shouldn't have to change when there's a lot more people around. I mean, I'm definitely going to change some things. I changed all my passwords yesterday. And started paying for a password manager again. Because very large YouTuber got hacked recently, admittedly because he clicked on a phishing link. But like that made me paranoid enough that I was like, well, I'm going to go update all my passwords. I change my clothes daily. Change to what exactly? Massive strings of numbers. Proactive security. Yep. But you know, my password is fuck off, Tropic Communist. Definitely. Bet it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, it may include 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, and 5s in some cases. Oh no. The captain of the guard has gone insane. Well, it was bound to happen eventually. It was bound to happen eventually. Time to make a new captain of the guard. Where did I put the captain of the guard's office? I can't actually remember. Here it is. Captain of the guard. Captain of the guard. And captain of the guard. Also, by the way, Radicide requested a dwarf, and I stated that yes, you requested a dwarf, and then completely spaced on it. What kind of dwarf do you want, Radicide? My bad. But thanks. That reads like an ad, Mustard Cookie. You bet the password is swordfish. It's always swordfish. I thought the password was admin. But Radicide, if you have preferences, let me know. I'll get you named here. My bad, I'm being slow with that. God, it's so nice that you can do this. Twitch blocks your password. No, it doesn't. It's like the old school RuneScape trick where you just walk into a public space and say, "Did you know that Jagex blocks your password?" And then everybody just like types their password in. RuneScape. Hunter 2, yes. True classic, yes. Okay, let's see if they made those floodgates yet. Yes, they did. We'll use the rock salt one here. This one's going to be for water. They've almost made it to the end. What was the old method of changing levels? Holding shift and then hitting the greater than and less than symbols on your keyboard. So one to go up and one to go down, which I've actually changed the hotkey back to the greater than less than symbols minus the shift. No wonder you waited for the Steam release. Yeah. It's no wonder so many people waited for the Steam release. You know, I'm actually going to remove those pillars. I'm gonna let them leave them there. I think they look kind of nice. They add to the cave-like drain aesthetic of this. I did once, this was a very long time ago, have had a password that was something akin to just fuck you and then website name. Purely because I changed that password shortly after as well, but like I was trying to log into an account on my phone and it like I wasn't able to type it in properly because it was a very complicated long password, so I literally changed it to fuck you website name. It's probably the only straightforward password I've ever had in my, well, actually that's not true. The very first password I ever had was like just my name, but that was because I was like 12. No, I was younger than that. I was like 8. Mouse control is supreme. I don't think either is supreme, and saying stuff like that is elitist as fuck, dude. The river, the edge of this will drain. Unless you're talking about surface rivers. So water on the edge of the map doesn't get drained off unless you smooth it and then fortify it. There you go. See? Kodaku got it. Well, I don't have bearded ladies, so can't help you there. I mean, I saw that, but like, I don't have bearded ladies, so I can refund it for you if you like. Here, we'll refund it for you. There you go. Your dwarf's been refunded. Somebody else can claim it. Nope. Not by default. They've never been. See? This is a lady dwarf right here. See? Nope, no beard. Anyway, it's back open. No. We've refunded it. If you make demands I can't give you, then I'm going to refund your game. Or your request. And that was it. Let's click. I need to actually stream some SS13 at some point. I just fucking hate Beyond. It's like the reason, it's like for a lot of people, the reason to wait for Steam Dwarf Fortress is so that they don't need to deal with the old setup. Boo, can't help you, Raticide. The old, it's like a lot of people didn't want to play older versions of Dwarf Fortress because, you know, it was clunky and annoying to set up. It's like, that's me with Space Station 13. It's like, it's not worth it for me. I've played a little bit of SS14 and I'm fingers crossed hoping that it catches up. It is getting better. It's getting there slowly. Yeah, these will drain off the side of the map. As some promise. Yep. All right, so what we're going to need to do now is we need to connect this lever to this thingy. I don't pull it. Link lever to that, please. What tier of sub gets rid of adverts? Refresh your stream. Because all subs get rid of adverts. And if you're still getting ads, it means you just haven't refreshed since you got subbed. How long is my hair? Pretty long. Yeah, it says 14 is open source, yes. I've got quite a bit of hair. Thanks for the Prime code, Llama. Is there a way to heal your wounded animals? Currently not that I'm aware of. I think that training zones might? They did at least at one point. I'm actually not that hairy at all. It's just I have a lot of hair. Very different things. I very much have, like, hair metal head, yes. I mean, Beyond is just trash. Like, it's just kind of a fact. No, extremely hairy is very different definition, friend. I'm very much like European, like almost nothing. Like I can barely grow a beard. Who's in the closed room? A were creature. Heck yes. The Forgotten Beast Renee has come, a gigantic one-eyed assassin bug. Okay. It has a long, swinging trunk, and it undulates rhythmically. Its slate gray exoskeleton is leathery. Beware its deadly blood. Where it at, though? If it's in the middle layer, we can go fight it. Otherwise, fuck it. I don't even know where this is. Oh, it is on a layer that we can fight it. Sweet, we can fight this thing. Although there might actually be multiples of them in this layer. But my military's had time to train, so why not have some fun? Where the heck? There the heck. Alright, so let's station my squads here. You had 2 back-to-back Webbers? I don't think I haven't had a Weber today. Military should be on their way. You had a fire one and it made your game into a slideshow? Pathing around fire is a problem, yeah. Well, actually, it's smoke that's a problem, but once the fire burns out, it should be fine. Here comes Bigums. Creepy McBuglet. I'm just going to assign the dwarves to kill this thing. Okay, dwarf, for your own safety, I'm going to lock this door. All right, where are the military at? Okay. Wow, they got that fast. I didn't even see it. What happened? Hold up. Forgotten Beast is fighting. Okay. The Spear Dwarf strikes the Forgotten Beast in the right third leg with her bronze shield, tearing the fat and bruising the muscle. Spear Dwarf bites the Forgotten Beast in the second left foot, chipping the chitin and bruising the muscle. Deadly blood, hey? You bit it. The Spear Dwarf stabs the Forgotten Beast in the right second foot with her steel spear, tearing the muscle. And a ligament has been torn, and a tendon has been torn. The spear is lodged in the wound. The Spear Dwarf stabs the Forgotten Beast in the third foot with her steel spear, tearing the muscle. Why is that thing used to door? Why can't that thing use doors? It can. I just locked the door. I barred the door. The Spear Dwarf stabs the beast in the right second leg with her spear, tearing the muscle. The Spear Dwarf then bashes, the Swords Dwarf bashes the Forgotten Beast in the abdomen with his iron spear, but the attack lances away, and the Spear Dwarf then punches the Forgotten Beast in the right third foot. What finally happened at the end? Militia Captain stabs the Forgotten Beast with his steel spear, tearing the muscle and tearing the brain. Damn. Spitty has no key. Yeah, I can't unlock door. No key. It's perfect explanation. Thank you. Make sure that... Okay, they're going back to their constant training. And bestowed the name Dosim Balad Nural Arek upon the steel spear that they used to stab the beast to death with. Brained it, yep. Bunch of brainiacs. Also, I'm going to claim this. Because this was a elf that was killed by a forgotten beast and dropped a bunch of stuff, so we're going to bring all that stuff up. Oh, hey. It's that stray giant sparrow that I have that I forgot about. Look how big that thing is. It's miserable after being confined. I need to figure out where... I think it's actually... It's up top here, isn't it? Just release it. There you are. I did that mostly just to get it out of the cage so it doesn't need to be in there anymore. Is it a pet? Yep, it's tame. I bought it from the elves. That's the rock? No, that's a giant sparrow. Rock is bigger. Rock is still in a cage. And rock not tame. Do claimed corpses need gravestones? Not if they're in coffins. But they need them claimed or not. Or they will eventually turn into a ghost. So this is the sides all ready to go. That's ready to go. And that's ready to go. Let's pull the lever. Who's ready to test this water flow, chat? You just cage trapped a cyclops. Do dwarves like it being displayed in the tavern? Yeah, they're totally fine with things being displayed in, as long as it's in the cage. You're pumped? Sweet. We need a dwarf to pull this lever. And once this lever is pulled, I'll just set this to be, okay, someone's going to do it. Then we can channel up here. And then the water is going to flow out of here and down through this river and off the map. Dwarves name their pets. You can't name pets for dwarves. And animals are pets. Potential fun, yes. The actual fun thing is there's just a straight up buttload of forgotten beasts in this cave system. That's going to be the actual fun thing here. So let's just hope. Actually, I could do this way safer. Ooh, I'm gonna do this safer. I'm gonna do this in a fancy way that's way safer. Almost found dead. Oh, I think Tolas just killed somebody. Oh, what? Never mind. So I forgot. Sorry, kiddo. I forgot about the other forgotten beasts in that cave lair. So there's also this one, which is, of course, where's the health pet? There it is. A huge quadruped composed of sapphire. Beware its webs. This one was from the other day. I totally forgot about this one. Oh, boy. Okay. Well. Hopefully we can get to that one. Sorry, kiddo. This thing could just kill my whole fort if it wanted to. Lava that bitch? They're immune to it, don't worry. Well, we're going to lose dwarves here. I guarantee you. %1,000% we're going to lose dwarves. I mean, we're losing a bunch. All right. There is a dwarf fighting with it now. Oh my god, there's so many combat logs. But it looks like we were able to get on it. Where's the top? So this one. So they were able to get on top of it, which is good. I'm very happy that it ran into this stairwell. So because it ran... Okay, so fun fact about web spitters. They can only shoot webs sideways. They can't shoot webs up or down. So we have the advantage here because we can stab down. So we were able to get on top of it, and the Spear Dwarf stabs the Forgotten Beast in the foot with her steel spear, chipping it. We are able to chip it. We can't like cut it, but we can chip it. Was that the name of this song? Death Spiral? Oh, yeah. I mean, we did just lose, what, 15 dwarves, I think? So it's warranted. They are getting good hits in. They're scratching it, stabbing it, chipping it, chipping it. Okay, the Swords Dwarf bit it. And this dwarf fractured it by biting it? That's made of sapphire. What are your teeth made out of, dwarf? Holy shit. Wow. The Spear Dwarf bashes the Forgotten Beast in the head with her steel spear, fracturing it. The Spear Master strikes the Forgotten Beast in her left rear foot, and the steel spear with their shield, but the attack glances away. Spear Dwarf scratches the Forgotten Beast in the lower body, fracturing it. The Wood Burner kicks the Forgotten Beast in the rear leg, fracturing it. The Force bends the head. The Spear Dwarf stabs the Forgotten Beast in the right foot with her steel spear, chipping it. The Force bends the rear leg. Somewhere a dwarf dentist is... Yeah, the dwarven dentist is like... Oh, no. Yeah, see, they're all up here stabbing down. And we got it. Did you get it, Spear Dwarf? Shoutouts to my military, chat. They're a bunch of fucking heroes. Not you. Wasn't you. I mean, there's also like a lot of dwarves in this pile. Let's check the others. There you go. No, that was the other one. Wait, actually, was it? Yeah, okay. So it was Shortast who got it. So, Shortast, you can be Raticide. I'm giving you Raticide because you have a beard. And I feel kind of bad. But there you go. Raticide. You can be the dwarf that just killed that Forgotten Beast. God, look how many dwarves have been found dead. More like Ratdemption. Alright, well, I think we're going to need to make more coffins. Yes. Or place more coffins, anyway. Clean up on aisle 7. Clean up on stairway 2. Ratatouille. I really liked that movie. That was a good movie. Okay, is there more combat happening? Or are they just finding them? I think they're just finding them. Good lord. So many died. Wait, hold on a second. Hold on a second. One of my dwarves fell into a cage trap. Good job there, dwarf. Good to know that bug still happens. Probably got caught because of the webs, actually. What a genius. Put him in the zoo. He'll starve to death. Oh, right. I also have a giant wolf that I completely spaced on. Oh, actually, they might be placing it somewhere. Saw the dwarf as an option. Ah, there it is. Yeah. Okay, it is currently being hauled somewhere. So if I forbid that and unforbid that, should be able to build it then. I just want to construct it somewhere so I can release the dwarf from it. What type of wood is it? Looks like lay pewter. There it is. Maybe it says king? Definitely not. I can tell you that for certain. I know enough about dwarves to know that we just got a second one stuck in there. Motherfucker. We just got a second one stuck in there. Hold on. Smart fucking dwarves. Base predestination? I don't know what you mean. Matre Bombo. All right, let's get another cage built. Let's just place it right next to it. No, we just fought a web-spitting forgotten beast, and a bunch of dwarves got caught in cages because there was webs. See that willow cage? You idiot. Oh, it's a tin cage. Oh, copper cage. Duh. I was looking in the wrong section. There it is. Okay, so we're unassigning the occupants. Although, oddly enough, getting caught in these cages may have actually saved their lives. What happens if you melt the cage with the dwarf in it? It releases the dwarf. Unless you mean, like, throw it into a volcano, because that would just kill them. Essentially. Alright. I might need to eat a couple bears. The bear room's getting a bit full. I gotta be honest. There's barely any space left. Well, we've got grizzlies and black bears. We've got two kinds of bears. Two kinds of bears. Grizzlies and black bears. The black bears are mostly just livestock for food and leather, and then the grizzlies are, well, we're putting them in the military, so. Yada, 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 yada. Time to make jokes. We're farming bears as livestock, chat. Very funny. You got the bare necessities, the simple Discord word stories. All right, Discord, what have you guys written for me to read? Milk or blood in dangling sacks for glory. Those udders really do squirt lots of colorful fluids. Wow. Thanks. Thanks. Chat. God damn it, you're in public. I mean, don't have me on speaker in public. And another beast. And another beast's here. And another beast's here. And another beast is here. Great. And this one shoots fire. Great. I just want to finish my project, you dumb game. Can you stop throwing everything at me, please, for like 1 minute? Okay, well, this one also can't get to me currently. The mangy mist. Blind, catch it? Nah, I'm good. This thing can exist down here and in the water. Oh, did I? I did, in fact, forget to undo that job. All right, well, oops. -1 door. I mean, it also got a little wet in here. Oh, no. Well, that's not good. I have to get water. It probably actually just catapulted water down into here. Actually, minus a few dwarves. Not just one, a couple. Well. Oop. Yep. Mm-hmm. Oop. Oop. Okay, I'll bet you, like, the water just fired so fast out of that thing that, like... Also, we really need to pull this lever. This will drain. The problem is that beast is in this area. It could just, like, you know, walk in. It does explain why the frames got a little worse. Can you please pull that lever, dwarf? Oh, you're cleaning. Oh, great. Yeah, that's definitely what I need you to do. Not pull that lever? I just want to finish my project. Meanwhile, the game. Sir, this is a Wendy's. Normal day? Yeah. Yeah. Cheers. You know, I swear that I canceled that job, but I guess not. God damn it. God damn it. It's not the dwarf blocking the gate that's my concern. It's the forgotten beast climbing in through the thing. It's not working yet, Brutalist Toast. But, so there's not much to show right now. And also, I need to drain part of it. But literally, it's an alternating set of pumps. I have a tutorial on how to make them on my YouTube channel, but you have to make alternating directions and they pump back and forth, and it just goes all the way up to the top. And it's going to be powered with water power once I drain this area out a little bit. Ready the beers? Ready the beers? Mighty Marshall, I think. Thanks for the Prime sub. All right, that's done now. So what I can do now is I can put is there more fighting happening? I'm suddenly seeing combat logs. Never mind. I don't know how it got in here, but somehow it's on this layer now. So, squads, go stab him to death. This is kind of burny. Fortunately, there isn't too much to burn here. Yep. 181, actually. I mean, chat, we're here for fun, right? Game would be no fun if there wasn't surprise death. I mean, he was in the flooded channel earlier. Also, forgotten beasts don't drown. Like, they are immune to liquid of all kinds. Well. Annoyed by their own smoke. I mean, wouldn't you be? All right, well, let's just get the dwarves upstairs, please. And we're going to station the military right here. Except you guys are going to be stationed over this way. Okay. 1 FPS is frustrating. That means that something is broken and you need to fix the FPS, the source of the FPS issues. Oh wow, it is bleeding a lot. Oh, also we're getting hit by thieves. And before it just bleeds out. Oh my god, that thing's bleeding a lot. Well, it stopped bleeding. Well, that's what happens when you're a dumb kid, I suppose. Sorry, kiddo. What's this thing made of again? Gigantic eyeless theropod. It has a short trunk and a bloated body. Its tail feathers are downy, so it's not dense. So killing it shouldn't be too big of an issue. All right, where the fuck's my military? Guys. Oh, there's some. Well, sorry, Nostal. You do have 2 children, 143 years old. You've lived a long life. But you appear to be bleeding heavily. You are stunned and pale. Forgotten Beast is also bleeding. Putting up a good fight considering you're on fire. There's smoke in the stairway. Our Forgotten Beast is bleeding. I'm not sure if our dwarf here is dead. There's another dwarf named Kubok, the spear dwarf, who's now fighting. The critter is taking hits, which is good. He's just performing dwarven liposuction, yes. Spear dwarf is propelled away by the force of the blow. The spear dwarf says, I've been injured badly. I think my mare's dead. I'm just looking for the beast's combat log. I do miss the old combat logs. Well, we are hitting it. We are indeed hitting it, so we just need a good hit to the head, really. But this is going to be kind of hard to watch because it is in this hallway here. He is bleeding heavily, and he is frail. Moving up. More dwarves are found dead. More dwarves are found dead. Watching them drop like flies. This is terrifying. Yeah, that's all I really want is better sorting. Beast is still bleeding heavily. Come on, Attis. Dodge, 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 dodge. Did you get it? No. Okay, come on. Just hit it. Hit it. Keep hitting him. I realize he's firing many, many fireballs. But our beastie here is... Man, just deflect. Oh, ad? Hold on, I'll pause. Waiting until the ad's over. Is that water? What is that? A pool of forgotten beast grease. So... It's melting. It's beast grease. It's cooking itself, quite literally, yep. But I'm going to remain paused until the ad is done. Ad over? We through? It still says 20 seconds left on my screen, so we'll give it another 20. That's so metal. It really is, yeah. 10 seconds on my end. Also, if you've subscribed and you're still getting ads, refresh the stream because subs don't get ads on this channel. You got a second ad? Sorry. All right, so we should be good. I wish they'd just fight with each other. Also, Kotaku, thank you for bumping up to tier 3. So I have to give you some things for that. First one you can get immediately. The second one you get later. The thing that I have to... Prime still gets ads? No, it shouldn't. They're subs. Subs are subs. So if you refresh the stream, you shouldn't get ads. If you're getting ads on Prime subs, then that's fucked up. Like, straight up, that's fucked up. You got Prime over a week ago? Amazon changed it. Prime subs get ads. When did this happen? I was gonna say, because like I have a Prime sub that I use on one of my teammates, and I don't get ads. I don't think that. Hold on, I'm literally looking that up right now. What the fuck? I don't think that's right. You subbed here with Prime and you don't see ads? So you see ads on Twitch if you have Prime, but if you're subscribed with Prime, you don't see ads. You used to get Twitch Turbo alongside, like, with Prime. Twitch Turbo used to be included with Prime, essentially, which stopped you from seeing ads on site-wide, regardless of if you're subscribed. But that feature has been gone for ages. But you shouldn't be seeing ads. Just whitelist the stream if you're subbed with Prime. Why would you be pissed about something they did like 4 years ago? Lich King of Dead. Yeah, just watch the stream through VLC and you won't see ads at all. But anyway, Kotaku, you get 2 things for subscribing at tier 3. You get a custom sound command as long as it's not gonna get me content ID'd or full of cursing. It can be basically anything you want. And you also have access to the annoy me commands now, which is ! annoy me. So you can type in things like this.
Cheese for everyone!
But I gave you access to one immediately. It's still around, but Turbo used to be included with Prime. Anyway, where's this beast at? Where did it run off to? Is it dead? I'll leave the soundbite for now. Well, I mean, you don't have to do anything with it if you don't want to, so there it is. Is seriously injured. Kind of tempted. Oh, God. Did you see that dwarf just go flying? Holy fuck. I'm just going to send another kill order on this thing. Thank you, Adu. You okay over there, dwarf? You're stressed and injured. I would be too if I were you. So it's not deep enough to drown dwarves, but it's certainly going to assist with the fire begun. Oh, don't you fucking... Look at this. Fire's going out because it's decided to fight us in this water trench. This is where we have a chance. Look at this. What a nice beast. Yeah, no, it's putting out the water instantly. I mean, it's evaporating, right? But nothing can burn. The Sword Dwarf stabs the Forgotten Beast in the right upper arm with a... Why are you using a wooden longsword? Dwarf, we need to have a talk. And it's dead. Guerrilla fighters? I suppose. I don't know, man. All right, well, we're going to build a fortification there, basically. So I can turn off this now, although I am going to do something. We're going to lock this cavern again. This cavern is a problem. So that's enough fun for now. I need to finish this stupid project. That's enough fun for now. Good lord. What does tier 2 unlock? Just the generic sound commands. Silent potato. But I need to micromanage it, so I usually forget to take them away when people unsub. There's gonna be so many dead bodies. We're gonna be finding so many dead dwarves. I mean, we lost like what, like 20, 30 basically? Gosh. Shoutouts to that beast though for being a real friend and like assisting us by going into the God damn it! Can I get a break for 10 seconds, game? Yes! Bah! Fuck. It's just a group of kitty snatchers again. Like, they. Fuck. Okay, fine. I just want to build my project game and put down coffins for my poor dwarves. All right, let's just go send out this order to go stab these idiots to death. Confirm. And thank you for the 5 cents, by the way. And Starry-Eyed Demon Girl, thanks for subscribing at Tier 1. And Reliant at Tier 1 for a second month. Welcome back. As well as Blockhead with that Prime. And Defiler for the Tier 1 6 minutes ago. God. Look at how many. Also the snatches of... Oh, you're a genius. Bye, genius! That very smart Gobbin. Thank you very much for the 5 bits and the 5 subs, chat, for the little train. A vile force of morons has arrived. Where are they going? What are they actually fighting with? I'm gonna follow one of my spear dwarves. Just blame Randy. This isn't RimWorld, so I'm not gonna blame anything. It's my fault for building too cool of a fortress. We also need to kill these child snatchers. Get him! Kick his face in. Kick his shins. There you go. Right. There goes my military, running forward. Pretty sure this dwarf is, like, not wielding a sword, actually. No? Okay, he does have a spear. Just can't see it on him for some reason. Also, I just realized that their hand isn't actually representing the right sword in some cases. It's an invisi spear, pretty much. Yeah, the sprite's not showing for some reason. I follow Domas. Wooden sword lad may have died. I think so, yeah. It's okay. It's his own fault for using a wooden sword. Brewster, thank you very much for the prime. Why do goblins snatch children? Because they can't breed as fast as dwarves, and so they'd rather kidnap and indoctrinate instead of, they'd rather kidnap and indoctrinate rather than make their own kids. All right, well, we'll let the squads deal with that. Is the... No, it is not on. Burrow is not currently on. I mean, it's just a very ineffective weapon, so... I mean, it's totally fine to get attached to a wooden sword, but... Your world has grizzly bear men? It probably has a billion different animal people. You'll just never see most of them. Looks like somebody's coming to get this thing's body. Wow, wait, heavy. Please tell me you're going to go butcher it. Store item in stockpile? Don't know if they're going to butcher it yet. They might. All right, well, I need to get this water out of here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to channel out a bunch of this. Also, thank you very much, Kotaku, for the tier 3, by the way. You know, it's actually kind of crazy. I've been looking at a lot of substats recently just because of the growth of my stream. And I like looking at statistics and such because that stuff fascinates me. And something that I've noticed is it's actually very rare for bigger streamers to have a lot of higher tier subs. I have more higher tier subs than your average like massive streamer, which is fascinating to me. So we need a planter guild. I'm just going to leave that there so I don't forget. Population's... Oh, wow. There's still goblins on the... Because my population just dropped. I wonder if we lost some kids. Blind better than Pokemon? I didn't actually look at Pokemon stats to be specific. Because I'm real, lower number but higher quality? Cheers. It's funny that you say lower number. It's like 837 viewers is... Considering I used to be, like, on a good day, 80 to 100 viewers. On a good day. 80 to 100 viewers on a good day. Was most of my life. Most of my career doing this. Well, actually, it's been an average of 1,000 to 1,200, but today's been a little bit lower. But even like up until how many ghosts do we have? Only up until what's the word? It's been an average of that, but up until I went on lunch break, we had 1,000 people. When I went on lunch break, we lost like 200. It's nice to see previous DF streamers getting their due. I'm the only one who's really exploded, though. Older, like, people who've been streaming Dwarf Fortress for a really long time. Somebody like RNG, right? Like, he was pretty consistently, like, a 15 to 25 viewer stream. He's been at, like, 50 or 60 now, which is still, like, a really good increase, but I'm the only one that's gone. But that... a lot of work. YouTube helps a lot too. Yeah. I mean, it's for YouTube, it's basically like me, Krug Smash, Sal was slow, Tekid was slow, and Nucrium, basically. And then I guess Das Tactic. Das Tactic's been doing great though. Which makes me real happy. We're gonna approve this planter guild. Chat, if I forget to make this planter guild, please remind me. I'm gonna start digging it out, though. Need more space for tombs. Oh, I know. Oh, I know. One thing at a time, though. That's 24. We're gonna need more. We are going to need more. Nice, chill, and entertaining time. Well, I'm glad that you're sticking around. Glad that you're continuing to watch. My dad finally admitted that he's like, you were right. This was a good thing. This was a good decision for you to do this for the last 10 years. He's like, for the first 5, my dad was very much not happy that I was doing this. He was very much like, go get a real job kind of person, but he's finally come around on it. And I've told this story a few times, but my dad works in robotics, right? And he's retiring soon, so he has some like younger recruits that are fresh out of school that are training. And he says that they were in the break room and they were talking about Dwarf Fortress. And one of them mentioned my videos. My dad goes, you know, that's my kid, right? Which is very amusing to me. I just saw that you do multiple tombs at once, and you've seen me do multiple bedrooms as once before. How do you do that again? You're confused by it? Hit Z, open up the zone menu. If for bedrooms, you click, so by default, it's set to paint, right? Where you just paint bedrooms one by one, but click this button. For fuck's sake, game, can you give me like 10 seconds? I just fucking, just goddamn, you stupid son of a goddamn pit. Butts. Okay. All right, well, fortunately it doesn't fly. I wish it was named Navi instead of Mavi, but... Okay, fortunately it's on this layer. I'm just gonna hope it can't get into my fort. I'm so sick of this. That's all I have to say is I'm so sick of this. It super duper can get into the fort through here, by the way. So I'm gonna pull this lever again. Let's get this shut. Fortunately, we got the dwarf body out of here. He's down there now. Well, that's good. We please pull this lever, please. I need to build a thing right there. Oh, because I hit repeat. I'm smart. I've been opening it and closing it. Good. Dwarves. Come on, dwarves. It's so funny. I mean, that's the point, right? This is for entertainment purposes. If I wanted to make a completely impenetrable fort that nobody could ever get into, that'd be pretty boring. All right, dwarf, this is up to you. Pull the lever, short test. You just got like 60 Z levels to go. Come on. Chop, chop. The level's very far away. Oh, I know. Can I link it to it closer to the main group? Where's the fun in that? Come on. Go, short test. Come on. Almost there. Keep running. Make them little legs move. Bunk. Okay. Phew. Okay. Phew. You weren't followed before now? I like how you subbed at tier 3 before you followed my stream. Fantastic. All right, so I'm just gonna let this sit for a minute. Oh shit. My human wants to join the fortress permanently, which we will let them do. Watch it slip into the murky deep. It's not a record. It's been happening kind of a lot recently. Who needs follower notifs when you have ads in Discord? I mean, I don't have follower notifs, but what I will say is, chat, check out how many followers I'm getting, though. I mean, look at this. I used to get maybe like 2 or 3 followers a stream, maybe. It's kind of bananas. This number of followers. Like, kind of very bananas. I mean, look at that. Planters Guild reminder. Yep, I know. Hoping that number stays high when things stabilize. Fingers crossed. Be nice. I mean, see, here it's actually kind of funny. On my Patreon for people who give me $7 a month, I put out voice logs once a month, which is basically just I record me talking into a microphone about the last month for 15 minutes and then just send it out to everybody. And I was re-listening to my last one where I'm just like, hopefully we end up, like the numbers that I was hoping for specifically was like 250 concurrent viewers. I was like, that's what I was hoping for. I was like, hopefully we'll land at 250 post-launch. We can hold that. Hopefully we can land at 250. So I was like, man, greats. So many dwarves depressed and attending meetings. All right, let's actually set my squads to ready. Give them a break, because they need it. Hope I'm not too disappointed. No, I'm devastated. But I didn't achieve my goal. That's horrific, man. Let's do it this way, actually. At least the dragon didn't run away this time. Yeah, it's been a while since the dragon torched anybody. Would it backfire? Well, most of them are children, and children can't be used in the military wild scroll. On the bright side, I have less bedrooms I need to make now, because we now have enough bedrooms for everybody. But no, it's the rampant death that's causing the mood problems, so... Well, dwarves don't drink water, so... They do technically pollute water sources to a degree. Days. We need a number of days since there was a mistake with the dragon. Are you still alive? I don't even know. Let's see, middle management. Robot's still alive. Aticide's still alive. Waveborn's still alive. Frozen Leaf's still alive. Kinder's still alive. Actually, hold on. I could just tell you this way. No. And they finally found the dwarf that drowned. Well, that's good. A 100 level well to the 3rd cavern layer for water. Wow. That's kind of a far distance. And Lightning Runner, the planter, has created an artifact, which I didn't even realize got started in the first place. Casserite Ring, and offers it to the River Blades. Well, that's nice. Super duper missed that even was even a thing that was happening. It's called Noton Zuglar. It's worth 9,600 Zathal. This is a Kesserite ring. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with table smoky quartzites and encircled with bands of willow and iron. This object is adorned with hanging rings of willow and menaces with spikes of large rat leather. On the item is an image of velvet, of The Velvet of Weakening in Kasserite. The scepter, the Kasserite scepter in. Oh, so it's got an image of a scepter in it, on it. The scepter in Kasserite. On the item is an image. On the item is an image of Urvad Gloverled, the dwarf, and in Kasserite, on the item is an image of 2 brillet cut gems in willow. On the item is an image of dwarves in iron. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Riverdance by the river blades of the nourishing handles in the early spring of 251. An artifact detailing another artifact. And the other artifact is owned by my queen. Or not my queen, my count. So we're going to give another one to her. And also just double checking. Did my manager actually die in that? No, they didn't. Okay, sweet. Neither did my mayor. But can be also given to the county. What do you want? You want a coffin? Well, we can absolutely make some more coffins because I do need a coffin. My mayor wants me to make wooden coffins, so might as well make like 150 coffins. We'll use them. Keep him happy for a bit. He's coughing loudly. We need to see if he has a cold. I mean, right now it's certainly practical. Do not export coffins. Also, make me a coffin. I need one. Soon. Certainly is a reasonable request. We'll gladly oblige. You're sad? Then don't ask for a military dwarf if you don't want to randomly die past. It's like, I want to be a suicidal crazy person, and then is sad when suicidal crazy person ceases to exist. It's like, you specifically requested a military dwarf. What do the numbers on the lava and water mean? That's the depth. So a maximum depth of 7. So the higher the number, the deeper the water. The lower the number, the shallower the water. That's why you asked for an animal trainer. Also why you're still alive, I think. It's pretty hard to play this game and not be a nerd. Like, playing this game just gives you a lot of nerd cred. That doesn't mean that you regret your choices. Military doors are badass, and you were badass, but that beast was badasser. Can you drop minecarts down straight chutes? Yep. Yeah, you can. Just have it stop on that. But you could also have it spill into... Uh-oh. Game seized up for a second. You could also have it spill into that area. So you could have it dump down the chute instead of launching it. You got an ad? I'm sorry. Chat, since you guys are in ads, I'm going to go use the toilet. I'll be back in a sec. Streamer went pooping. Please, that's definitely not a pooping time. Definitely like a I need to take a leak moment. Come on, chat. I'm sorry, what? I go Shoma? Why the US? Should immigrate to Canada. We have healthcare. The flooded canal fight was pretty fucking epic. I'm not gonna lie. Fuck the US. I'm here. It sucks. Yeah, it's what? Why would you migrate to the US? And if you go to the right part of Canada right now, we have like that much snow. Lots of places in the world are gigantic bummers. The US is great above a certain net worth, sure. You miss sledding? If snow and cold didn't kill your knees, you'd be out sledding with your kids constantly? Yeah, I know what you mean. Although I have a habit of getting a little tipsy and then going outside in my pajamas and making snow angels in the middle of the night. I've definitely done that around my building a couple of times. It's like 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, just like I've had 3 glasses of whiskey and I'm like, well, time to go roll in the snow for a minute. Come back inside, I'm soaking. I was like, why did I freaking do that? It's a real good way to sober up very fast. I'll put it that way. I've never been snowmobiling in my life because I don't like destroying nature, and that's generally what that does, is it destroys nature. And I'm not much of somebody who likes to destroy nature. I actually kind of hate snowmobiling. I'm blind as an elf, confirmed? No, blind as a legally blind, disabled, like, save the earth advocate. I ain't a cannibal last time I checked. Never eaten human that I know of. Certainly hope I haven't eaten human. It's just snow, no nature being harmed at all. Disagree. I've been camping in places. I like to go backpacking, and I go backpacking pretty frequently. And there's nothing more annoying than sleeping in the nice, peaceful, quiet wilderness to be woken up at 3 o'clock in the morning. Not 3 o'clock in the morning. It's 8 o'clock in the morning to the sound of fucking loud ass snowmobiles. So fuck that shit. Especially in areas where you're allowed to camp and they're not allowed to snowmobile. Fuck that shit. Disgusting. Garbage people. Chainsaws too? Well, I mean, I feel the exact same way about dirt bikes. Kind of hate them. Bet. In regards to you're not camping in the winter on ice. Bet. Tell that to my minus 25 sleeping bag. All right. Let's do another fortification. No, you're just making massive assumptions about somebody that you don't know. Olin, what up? Good evening. Hope you've been well. Good day, friend. All right, so we are going to finish this, get this thing stuck together, and we're going to block the entryway of nasty critters using this. We're going to then knock out these extra stair bits, and then we can, I guess, tile the flooring on either side here so it looks better. I wonder if smoothing it removes mud. I don't know if it does. Can't remember. I don't generally bother removing mud, but... I go winter camping all the time at Mount Seymour. So... Got a Forgotten Beast show up just to be bitten once by another Forgotten Beast and absolutely disintegrate. Yeah, sometimes they can be made of pretty wimpy materials and just fall apart. You would turn to dust in the snow? I can't deal with the heat, so... Yes, Lower Mainland. But yeah, fuck people who take snowmobiles up there. And they do it all the goddamn time. Alright, let's do this. This, let's do that. We can wave to each other from across the border. How the world works. There was a spider assassin a bit ago. Yeah, no, the spider assassin fell apart pretty quick. Yeah. Bugs are pretty weak. Bug Forgotten Beasts, because especially spiders in Dwarf Fort, because they're hydraulic, so you just need to get their fluids leaking and they just fall apart pretty quick. Okay, something I'm actually going to do here. We're just going to build these rows of coffins, get them fully assigned, and then I'm just going to set everybody in the whole fortress to burial. Like, I'm literally just going to make a custom job for burying, because I need to get all these bodies dealt with. There's so many ghosts in this fort, it's ridiculous. And I think that's going to be the way we're going to have to do this. Even though I really don't want to do it that way, but it's going to be the way we have to. Surprisingly realistic. Things are just pretty realistic in Dwarf Fortress. It's kind of funny when people ask me, they're like, how do I keep my dwarves happy? It's like, well, what would you need to stay happy? Room, board, entertainment, socializing. Which clearly I'm failing at. Do I need a guild hall reminder? Yes. It was a planter guild. Probably went by it. Wait, hold on a second. They're going to ask me to make a dyer guild, probably. Wait, never mind. Nope, I misread that. There it is. The Hall of Rocks. Goblin dancers and alcohol? Sure. Yeah, those are definitely good things. Without going too dark or fairy. I don't know. Dwarf Fortress is pretty grim dark. I just realized I've still got jobs queued up down in those in that flooded chunk of the fort. I'm like, man, these jobs are all canceling. Strange. It's like, right. Also, they literally can't make the stuff there, so explains why they're canceling them. They also have plenty of cloth, and they're not making those cloth bags, which is confusing to me. You're thinking Berserk Dark? Well, I mean, it's not anime, but it's more like... I would say it's closer to, like, 40K Dark, but it's actually not that far away from that kind of darkness. It depends, I guess, how you picture it in your head. If you picture it as a dark game, it's pretty dark. It's pretty dark. Yeah, me too, Hoff. Kogan's Son's such a good song. I would honestly say RimWorld isn't that dark. RimWorld is edgy. And that's a pretty clear distinction for me. It's like RimWorld is just kind of goofy. It's the players that make RimWorld dark. Yeah, RimWorld's edgy in kind of a bad way to me, but it's also the fan base that makes it edgy, right? Another one. This one would be weak to fire. This one's also really weak. Minus the poisonous vapors, but a huge humanoid composed of ice. It has a pair of knobby antennae and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its poisonous vapors. Is it really a good game? Not gonna answer that question because there's lots of good games out there where you can't even kill people. Like, What Remains of Edith Finch was incredible, and there's no violence in that game. So, kind of a dumb thing to say. So, hopefully, we can just ignore him, and he'll just go get smacked to death by a troglodyte or something. Okay, well, it is down here, but we can hopefully just ignore that dude. Beep, 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 beep. True, yeah, dodgeball's pretty fun. Chess is pretty fun. His military is playing Call of Cthulhu. It's not too far off, man. You know, I don't think it surfaces that number anymore. Yeah, I mean, like, I mean, it's pretty long, but it doesn't give you a number anymore. I was gonna say, I don't think you can even do that in Dungeon Keeper, and you're just straight up evil in Dungeon Keeper. I think I'm just gonna engrave floors for this one, make my life easy. I'm not gonna engrave all the way up to the edges, though, just for aesthetic purposes. You're the good guy in Dungeon Keeper? Doubt. All right, so let's go over to here. And I'm going to make a custom job. Well, I'm going to edit hauling. And it's literally just going to be for well, actually, you know what? Let's just give them all this custom hauling. We're just going to give them all custom hauling job, except they're going to be refuse hauling, burial, and that's it. Refuse hauling and burial. We're going to call it hauling bodies. Everybody does this. All right, so nobody does this. Sweet. Nobody does this. 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 And don't forget, nobody does this. All right. So now that all that's done, I'm going to just make a big old stockpile over here for corpses. Because, like, we need to get these bodies dealt with. And I don't even know how many there are. I'll be honest, I've lost track. There's a played mode is just too rough. I don't know what you mean by played mode. Here's the thing: you can absolutely play Dungeon Keeper on modern computers. Dungeon Keeper Rebuild, there's a mod for it that makes it run at modern resolutions and whatnot. So if you still want to play Dungeon Keeper, you absolutely can. So place item in tomb is what we want to see. We're seeing a lot of this. Another kid was born. Try cancels unchained pet, no building. I'm not trying to unchain my dragon, are they? No. Don't have any other pets? Weird. Someone needs to make a day since injuries mod. Attracts the last day of Dwarf Summer. I mean, that would be kind of funny, wouldn't it? It'd be fun to just have like an on-screen counter. It's like days since last accident. Yeah. No, I know what you mean in regards to Dungeon Keeper 2 and Dungeon Keeper 3 never coming out. And then every now and again, people remind me that EA Games made that awful mobile game, and it just makes me sad. Boy. Nope, never heard of it. Yeah, I know what you mean. They don't need a door. It's just you can multi-select them when they have a door. So I've been giving them a door because it's easier. It's easier to just build them en masse. EA made an awful game. Strange. I know, right? Also gives them privacy. Yeah, it makes the rooms slightly higher valued, which makes their relatives slightly happier. Wait, hold on a second. Did I not set all this stuff to nobody does this? Yet they're still making rock oh, I get it. It's just going to take them a little bit to make rock coffins. I guess like most of the bodies are buried. I find that hard to believe. Supposedly that recent Need for Speed isn't terrible, actually. Supposedly. But whatever. Let's just unassign all this. All right. So, art style looked nifty, but they ruined a lot of the drift driving mechanics. I don't know. I haven't played it. I just heard that supposedly it's not terrible. Oh, sweet. Smoothing it does, in fact, remove the stuff. All right, let's get that side smoothed. And we're going to channel this out. And we are going to fly back up to this upper layer. And I'm going to look and see how many ghosts we have. 1, 2, 3. Eresh, Ral, and Zuglar. So let's go over to you. Ghosts. Victory and Spate and Solus. What kind of dwarf would you like? Ral, Raz, and Zuglar. See how quickly you die? I like your enthusiasm. All right. since the military is currently off duty. They desperately need a break. I think this is one. Yep, this is one. Victory in Solace. Victory in Solace. See a little bit about your dwarf while you run around. Currently, you're frustrated upon being unable to pray to Lafari Strap Breeches the Hairy Rose. That's a name. Anyway, he is very ambitious and always looking for a way to better his situation. And he's swayed by emotional appeals and is bashful, is quick to anger, and doesn't cling tightly. It doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He often feels discouraged and likes to brawl. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and again and doesn't seek out excitement. He is somewhat quarrelsome and bothered by this since he values friendship, somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and isn't particularly curious about the world. He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. And he can handle stress, and he isn't inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and he's slow to trust others. Values-wise, he dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally has a deep respect for plants, animals, and the natural world. He likes brimstone, steel, green diamond, clear glass, slug leather, greaves, and crowns, and the words of the musical lesson, and the sound of the owl of rains, and when possible prefers to consume salmon, llama cheese, and turnip plants, and bilberry wine, and teff flour, and he can't stand flies. All right. Well, let's place some more of these slabs. I don't even care if there's nothing written on that one. Okay. Bless the hairy rose. Yeah, that sounds like an elven god, I gotta say. Why are my bears everywhere? All right, hold on. We gotta eat like 250 bears. this is getting out of hand. I'm gonna also be eating a whole bunch of baby grizzlies and black bears. Oh, let the bears out. No, seriously, why is there bears everywhere? It's like, I'm wondering why my frame rate's going down and I have like 200 bears in my fort. There's no like shown number that says how many wild animals I have, so it keeps throwing me off. I also have this giant wolf, which I keep forgetting about as well. Good lord, let's just eat all of the stray baby grizzlies.
You suck.
No, you. Why are you booing me? Moving up. We're going to get so much stuff out of this, and we're going to train you guys as war bears. Also some pigs. Okay, this might actually be why the frame rate's going down a little bit. This is a bit absurd. Like, just okay. We'll leave it there. Train more grizzlies, please. I need to actually assign them to my military is what I need to do. But one thing at a time. All right, well, let's just get rid of this. Cool. Ghosts are getting put to rest. Yeah, that is in fact a lot of bears. Yes. On the bright side, we're going to have tons of leather pretty soon. right. Well, let's check this. Lady Kelpie, thanks for the $1. Oh, did you request a dwarf and did I not give you one? Did I really not give you a dwarf? If you... Oh, wow. I'm so sorry. What kind of dwarf do you want? My bad. Could have just added me. I completely missed it. Must have been during chaos. To be fair, shit did get a little nuts. But my bad. You did like 5 times during the chaos. I wasn't looking at chat at all. Like, I was just very worried about the safety of my fort. 1, 2, 3. Shirley, thanks for the raid. You know, fun fact, I was going to raid you, but thanks for the raid. Cheers. Welcome, raiders. If you're from Brazil or speak Portuguese. And you want Dwarf Fort. And maybe Dota? I don't actually know there. Click on that heart. To see the real bot? I mean, I don't know about that. You should see the number of bodies that we have to clean up right now, okay? It's been a bit of a mess, shall we say. He'll take a bearded cook. Okay. You should see the number of bodies that have happened in this fort today. It's been a mess. It's been a mess, but it's been an entertaining mess, I think. Bearded cook, you say? Plenty of bearded cooks. You can take English. You're currently going to go pen pasture a bear. The concept of you putting a bear into a pasture is hilarious to me. Values peace. You're impatient. That's not true. You're very patient. You waited like an hour to get your dwarf. So I would say you're actually very patient, not impatient. He feels best when everyone gets along without the least bit of strife or contention. Tends to hang on to grievances and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He could be considered rude, and he is currently more rude. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he is moved by art and natural beauty. He is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world and occasionally overindulges, and is quick to form any negative views about things. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He personally finds the idea of family burdens loathsome, believes peace is preferable to war, and finds leisure time wasteful and romance distasteful, and dreams of mastering a skill. He likes phthalates, bismuth bronze, and claro opal, and cashew wood, and amber, and the color pale brown, and six-sided prisms, and millstones, and goblets, and giant moon snails for their striking coloration. And when possible, prefers to consume wine. And he hates bats. Hates bats. Can't stand them. Now exporting bear rugs. Yeah, pretty much. All right. What ghosts do I have alive now? Actually, hold on. Let's place the other slabs. Sniper Chris, thanks for the raid. How was your stream? Welcome, raiders. Mods, can you do the thingamabob? We are cleaning up after Oopsie and Mess and Oopsie and Forgotten Beast and Oopsie and Mess. So it's been a thing. It's been a day. Hey, Biggest Ghost, your name's really funny because one of my mods is named Cutest Ghost. I'm just gonna send your username over to this person because I think that's really funny. But hello, Sniper Chris. I hope that your stream was good. Welcome to my dwarfy part of the internet. The one in your, the one with the pump died. That was fun. Oh, God, I had an all-in-one cooler and then it started leaking, and I've never had an all-in-one cooler since because I don't trust them. Fortunately, I didn't lose any bits and pieces in it, but man, shit was stressful. I found a way to put them in a room with cages. Cooler started leaking. Oh no. Or cooler. All right. More ghosts have been put to rest, but more are appearing. All right. Can I cancel this order now? Yes, I can. All right, let's just hope that nothing comes in. Let's pull this lever and see how far this water goes. I'm actually kind of curious to see how far it goes. Your mayor murdered someone in your fort? Someone needs to go to prison and cease being mayor. Alert? Yeah, it's just ghosts going away. Let's see how far this water goes. 91 witnesses? Oh my god. Good lord, dude. Can you say guilty without being guilty? On a real time? Well, first I'm going to pull this lever and see how far the water goes. There's quite a lot of pressure underneath this. Your mayor put the hammerer in prison? I mean, probably deserved it. You know, I guess I should have known that would go that way. I didn't think it would have that much pressure. Well. That answers my question. Did I just drown the dwarf that pulled the lever? Yes. Probably, actually. I don't know where they ended up. Shit, you missed it? I mean, somebody clip it. Do it again. I think we need a defensive water shield for. I mean, it'll work.
Bring out your dead.
Mm-hmm. So, at the very least, like, it drains into here and it drains quickly. So we do have that going for us. Cleans the mud. No, it actually spreads the mud. So, as hilarious as this is, I'm going to pull this lever again, and we're going to make this safer. I don't think I even drowned anybody, actually. That's the impressive bit. I need this to be safer. This is a little bit ridiculous. This is a bit ridiculous. He made it to the stairs. I mean, he didn't have far to go, and it drained real fast. Dwarves actually have to be underwater for a little bit to drown, so. Did someone clip it? I don't know if anybody clipped it, but I know exactly how I'm going to make it safer. I'm actually going to channel up underneath this spot here and then build a wall in front of it. I was like, I figured it would drain. I figured it would cause a bit of flooding, but I didn't think it would cause that much flooding. To be truthful here, like I knew it would cause some flooding. I didn't think it would do that. But at least the dwarf made it. That's a good sign. All right, so I'm going to force the water through the bottom of this fortification here. So it's going to be forced into the creek instead of, like, you know, just going straight out, just firing the water pressure down the entire thing. Warm stone means lava, yes. Was that a so-called water cannon? Yeah, an accidental one. Unplanned water cannon. That was an unplanned water cannon. Now, like, if you set that up in such a way where, like, this is, like, the entryway to a fort or something, and you blast guys off a cliff or something, that's what water cannon would do. But yes, this is absolutely a water cannon. You just need a large water reservoir above it, and then you just pull the lever and it goes... I used to have one that was powered by an ocean. It could drain the entire ocean in a second. Although, it was more like 40 seconds, because that's how long I had to wait for the game to finish hitching. Leave it that way for the next fire-breathing beast? Yeah, well, maybe. How many water wheels will I have to build? I'm not entirely sure. I actually haven't checked how much power this thing needs. Quite a few. 2,530, so... probably 30 or 40? I'm not sure exactly how much power the axles are going to take. Because the gears all take 5, and the axles, I think, are 5 per tile? When he was trying to catch a wheel. Oh, I remember that fort, yeah. I remember when he was doing that. Oh, no, I mean, the way I'm going to do it is I'm redirecting the water slightly. So instead of it firing out like a cannon, it's still going to fire out like a cannon. It's just going to fire out like a cannon and stay in this trench instead of firing out like a cannon and also flooding the whole thing. Have a toonie? All I got is a loony. I do have a toonie in the other room, probably. That's the proof of my Canadianisms. I knew there was pressure. I just didn't think there was that much pressure. Yes. Thank you for clipping that. Probably deserved it. Like, look at this dwarf. Dwarf comes up. I love how the dwarf had time to get back out. And I was just... You know, I guess I should have known that would go that way. Like, come on. Like, that's brilliant. It's like, I should have known. I should have thought about that, but I certainly didn't. Anyway, we're gonna get this whole thing packed together. It was a speedy. Well, there's a delay in how long it takes for these to open. Like, these take a little bit to open, right? You knew. Dwarf was like, fuck this shit, I'm out! Maybe every guy over the age of 70 first thing in the morning. Alright, well anyway, let's start building water wheels. Can deconstruct this, because that one's not gonna work. I like this song so much. Also, there goes my mud cleaning up job, you know? He knew the consequences if he didn't run for his life. Yep. Dwarf was like, I know what's up here. I'm outie. I might make that one into a short, actually. That was pretty good. It's a good thing I don't need to go up or down those stairs again. Don't do it again. Why? I gotta say, I love the way the hoods look. They look kind of adorable. One of my favorite clothing bits now. Attis, why are you naked? How much clothing do I have? Okay, let's just do a bunch of silk clothing. Be free, clearly. Let's do 80 silk dresses. Silk. Trousers. 80. Silk sock. 80. And silk robe. 80. And then lastly, we're going to do leather shoe. 150. You get 100 power per wheel. I think it's 100. Instantly claiming masks from dead enemies. You want to save them for your military use? No? I think you have to forbid them. Dwarves just kind of claim things that they want, and if they want a thing, they keep it. Dwarves are very much, I want this, it's mine now, kind of people. Do you have to connect the power from the water wheels directly to the pumps? Yes. Yeah, it needs to go directly to the pumps over here. So I'm going to have to knock down this wall, and we're going to go straight through there. You had to make platinum wreaths for the noble, and the dwarves just took them. No, well, if the platinum, well, if a noble's requesting something, they aren't requesting to have it themselves. They're simply request that that item be made. There's a difference. So if a dwarf is demanding an item gets made, if a noble is demanding an item gets made, that's different than like wanting to keep it. There's a lot of things that dwarves can't make, which is part of the reason why hunting for specific items is fun. Platinum Platypus, thank you for the tier 1. It's like dwarves can't make whips, so importing whips is fun. It gives you a reason to be friendly with certain factions. So we just need to wait for this to get dug out down here. But yeah, I guess the actual thing that matters just means make more. Hey, look, the dwarves are back to trade again. We're going to bring all of these wheelbarrows down. And as well as a bunch of shitty clothing. These were the things that I was trying to trade last time. Sure, can sell them the copper helms where it's not super important to us. All right. Why didn't the trade happen last time? I'm not sure. To be completely honest with you. I'm searching by damaged because damaged items have the X's on either side. So if you just type in the letter X or double X, it'll automatically filter out all damaged clothing. Yeah, it's a old school trick. Is there a way to make dwarves ignore aquifer and warm stone warnings by default? There's a setting for it somewhere. But trust me, you don't want that. I mean, maybe you do, but it will kill your fort if you do that. Just a warning. You will surprise die if you do that. But surprise dying is the best part. True. It acts across Z levels? No, I know what you mean. To be fair, the game by default used to not only get upset when there was hot or wet, damp, or warm stone. The game used to not just get upset, it used to also teleport you to the location of it and pause the game. 3 wagons? This is actually quite small compared to the older game. Older versions of the game, I used to get like up to 8 to 10 wagons. But guess we're giving them enough value. They're happy. So damaged items that have damage to them are items that have X's. See, like this helm. This copper helm is damaged because it has X's. This alpaca wool shoe is very damaged because it's got 2 X's. So if you are moving items to and from your depot, and you just go up here and type in X, it'll give you links to everything or it'll give you just direct access to everything that's damaged, or most things that are damaged. Fath is the name of that dwarf. Fath Olin. It doesn't go that far. 2 bold X's is like about to fall apart. Oops, wrong button. Mark all. Well, I certainly don't need food anymore. Bumblebee venom. Excellent. They still bring completely useless materials. That's good to see. Buy some wine and syrup. Let's buy the instruments. Let's buy a bunch of ropes because I'm lazy. Wait, never mind. I'm basically out of value. I can't actually buy anymore. How does one milk a bee? Don't worry about it. The answer to all questions like that in Dwarf Fortress. Don't worry about it. Still wondering how that one human faction was bringing me Bumblebee Brain. Like,
see how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
I just don't even know how they do it. All right, so good timing, by the way. So we're going to back out of this and wait for those extra 5 items and give it to them as a gift. Queen bee, I would think. A booby. Ha 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 ha. You child. I'm kind of impressed that you got me with that, though. All right, so Dwarf is coming down here to cut out this bottom bit. Pretty much, yeah, like that's low even for me. God. I wouldn't even make that joke. But well done. You got an eye roll out of me. That's impressive, sir. So I think we're probably going to end up turning on this thing tomorrow, looking at it. Because we still need to get all this power constructed, which we're working on now. I'm also going to build some bridges. And the reason I'm using bridges is because I want... My God, you can make bridges long. Is because I want to be able to deconstruct it easily. With the single button. So I'm going to use bridges as, what's the word? Scaffolding? Yeah, so we're going to use these bridges as scaffolding. Something's evil coming from the newly exposed pocket. Did I just trigger some fun? Oh, absolutely. You just triggered fun. All right, so this is now dug out down here. So let's, speaking of fun, re-trigger the water depth. Let's see what this does. Oh, do you guys think it's going to flood it again? Fingers crossed it doesn't. Oh, that's really shallow fun, actually. All the wheels should just start spinning. Ready to clip? It shouldn't flood. It'd be weird if it did. No, I mean if you unlocked a pocket, it's not the full circus, but it is new hidden fun stuff. I mean, that's a very, very deep spire. If you found one on layer -8, which is actually kind of rad. I'm just gonna say, screw this tunnel area. That this area can just live with the fishies. The actual problem is I'm losing a lot of iron, so we'll have to go down there eventually. But for right now, just screw that area. The darndest time finding it. Oh, you haven't found any? Our goblin liaison says, Templar, I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share, and you continue to impress. I've come empowered to elevate the land in the eyes of our realm. There is much to share. Information has been added to the civilization and world info. Yeah, no, for reference, the long-term goal for this fort, I'm just going to request musical instruments. The long-term quest and goal for this fort is to become the mountain home. That's what we're trying to do with this fort. They have a need for figurines. Well, that's easy. Can absolutely provide you figurines next year. Also, it works perfectly now. Although, what? Are you for real? Water no go downy? Well, that's a shame. All right, well, guess we'll pull lever again. Turns out, water doesn't flow down through fortifications. That's annoying. Can you bucket brigade the water out of the footage? I could, but it would take a long time. I will probably just use intelligent channeling and just go down. That'll be an operation after we get the lava pumps functioning. Your first year caravan requested bracelets. Hell yeah. But I need somebody to get down here and pull that lever for me. And then once these bridges are done, then we can add on to this all the way along. Then we can demolish those bridges and add even more. They're not spinning because it's too low. How do we fix this one? I don't know, just carve a fortification in this and let it dribble out and dig it out and rebuild it, mostly. I mean, literally just dig sideways into this, actually. Because I'm going to need to dig through it anyway. How do you fix it safely? Extremely easily. Just dig through the side of it, like I just said. This will not cause a water explosion. No, I mean, so if you make water flow diagonally, it loses all of its pressure. Right? So I'm making it flow diagonally out of this by only digging on a diagonal. So it's going to flow out slowly. It's just going to dribble out. It's going to be like I'm pricking a hole in it, and a tiny little hole of it in it, and letting it dribble out instead of just like releasing the fucking floodgates. But even then, I mean, it would spread out pretty quick. And unless a dwarf, no. I mean, I could just release the flood here and it would be fine. Assuming that dwarf is building it. But yeah, look at this, just for example. See? I mean, it still floods out pretty quick, but like, that's pretty slow, you know? All right, so what we're going to do here is I'm going to mine out this and this on both sides. I'm just going to deconstruct one of these. Did I build grates? I can't remember. I remember like stating out loud that I should make floor grates and then didn't. No, I didn't. I mean, the hidden fun stuff isn't all that crazy. I mean, it's fun. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, it's neat actually. I like the way it works now. It's neat. It's more interactive, shall we say. But yeah, my goal for today is to just get this canal functioning, which I think we're close to doing. Yeah, also the ability to pull out some godly treasures is super neat. Big fan of that, frankly. Big fan of that. They've built no single bridge. Well, I mean, these are also taking a lot of blocks, so. All right, let's deconstruct this one, and then we'll fill it back in. And then it should work. Slow-ass dwarves. They're hauling bricks like, okay, if someone told you to haul a brick 150 stories 8 times, would it take you a little bit, Dirk? Serious question. Serious question. I think it would. You'd get your grizzle into, all right, just stack them all. Do they still block magma chutes? Wait, you mean like, do they still block the holes in the ground? It seems like they do, yeah. How heavy is the brick? A brick. Just a normal brick. Maybe a cinder block, you know? Poland had a bear that hauled artillery shells. So this might just be the most Canadian thing, but there was a they're close to where I live. A number of years ago, there was a kind of legendary grow up. So illegal marijuana plantation before weed was legal in the mid 2000s. But the reason it was legendary was because instead of having guard dogs or getting guys with guns to patrol the area, they put a lot of meat around so that bears would hang out. So there was something like 20 black bears just chilling in this spot. So when they found this grow op and like had to dispose of it, they had to put down, it was like a dozen bears. It's really sad, but it's also kind of awesome. It's like, that is the perfect strategy. Just like have a bunch of bears hanging around. It's sad they had to kill the bears, but it's also kind of awesome. Like, I don't know. Finally, a use for bears. Well, I mean, if you want something that's equally Canadian, just go read about the beaver that chewed through the internet for a very small northern town in BC during the pandemic. There was a good long chunk of time there where this town was out of power for a good week. Okay, does like silk just straight up not work? Because like leather and cloth works, and I've got shit tons of giant cave spider silk. Why are they not using silk? Is there like a specific order telling them not to? No, it's all spun. I've got like 400 silk cloth. It's like they're making stuff with leather? I have plenty of clothers. I'm like mostly certain. Hold on. Did I not make clothes shops? Maybe I didn't. I'd swear that I did. All right, just out of my own insanity, I will build a bunch. I'd swear that I had a bunch, though. Did I not build a bunch of these? Maybe okay, maybe I just straight up didn't build them. Maybe you're right, chat. Wow. Sitting here going like, why are these jobs not getting... You know, something that I really miss about the old construction UI is when you would go to the workshop screen, it would put a little number next to it saying how many that you had constructed. I miss that so much. Just hitting BW and just glancing and being like, all right, how many are there? I miss that so much. Well, that explains why my clothing industry ain't working. Let's pull this lever. Diplomacy. What? You did diplomacy. I already channeled. I thought. No, I channeled underneath it first, so I don't need to channel under it a second time. It's an open space. I think. Maybe it isn't. Nope, it isn't. You're right. Huh. Thought that channeling up would do that, but... All right. Let's go there. Let's go there. Let's go here. Let's go here. Let's go here. Go here. Let's go here. Do you know why sometimes dwarves will simply not haul items from the trade depot? I'm not sure. I'll be honest with you. Every few years, I kind of just get into the habit of deconstructing and reconstructing my trade depots. Because I find it to just be wise. But yeah, those are very pink bricks. I love the color of rock salt, actually. Because what rock salt in the older game used to just be white. But now it's pink. Right? Which is more accurate, actually, because, like... If I look up rock salt, it's this kind of color. It's more accurate. It looks like candy, actually. And it's also, like, cool for bowls and stuff. Somewhat like Turkish Delights. Yeah, that's not too... That's also a pretty good example. All good pinkish. Yeah, all of these used to just be white. So now we're just waiting for somebody to put a cork in that. And then once we put a cork in that, we can get this whole thing spinning. So something else I'm going to queue up while they're building all this is we're going to get the axles constructed. You're already attacked by an undead horde. Either haunted biome or you're too close to a tower. I would guess it's probably the latter. You're probably just too close to a tower. But my advice to you is dig underground and hide. Usually, the vast majority of the time when people just randomly get attacked by undead, it's due to haunted biome. I'm going to put a gear assembly there. And a lever right there. What all this power is for? Pump stacks. This thing. It needs 2,530. So we can pull the lever again and see if the whole thing starts spinning. By a dwarf necromancer will said fish be hostile? Oh, wow. Probably. Most zombies are hostile. Although, fortunately, they're just fish, so they're not going to be that hard to kill. That's actually hilarious. One of the funniest zombies I ever saw in the older versions of this game was was a undead neck. It was just like inchworming its way around my fortress. Quick question. You built a bunch of beehives and suddenly all the individual bees seems to be counting towards the food total at the top of the screen. Is there a way to avoid that? You know, I'll be honest, I have no idea. I genuinely have no idea. I don't think so. That's not true, actually, BJ Moonins. There is other magic. Wow, that caused some initial lag. And there it goes. So currently we're generating 500 power, 800 power. This is going to take, it takes a little while to spin up. But as we attach more, the power will go up. And that's exactly how this is supposed to work. So it's just this fucking wall of water that... the skeleton goes further. I think I just drowned somebody. Oop. Wrong place, wrong time. All right, so it does work. Counts your 50k live bees as food. I mean, technically they could be food. But hopefully we'll just have this thing constructed and then we won't need to go into it very often. Let's get my military training again. Bee larva tastes like shrimp. Excuse me? You what now? How do you stop your dwarves from vomiting everywhere? So if they spend too much time underground, they become cave adapted, and it's impossible to stop them from vomiting unless you expose them to the sun a whole bunch. Fortress attracted no migrants this season. Sad beans. They're just water insects, aren't they? So this whole thing ain't connected yet, but once these two sides are connected, this side's producing 300 power, this side's producing 800 power. And it's using 134 on this side and 49 on this side. So once we get all these connected and everything connected, we'll effectively triple the amount of power that it's using, or making all together as one unit. And that should be more than enough to power this thing. Oh, that's cool. This lever right here is going to be linked to this mechanism. And then we're going to pull this lever. This is going to be emerge off. So for in case of emergency, pull lever. We're going to rip this a hole in this. And so we're going to be connecting this to this. And then this will stop spinning once this lever is pulled. Yeah. So that your wine press is going fast. I'm doing this to pump lava from the center of the earth to the surface. So this has nothing to do with wine presses. Is there a way to see what materials is required for an object to craft it? You got jammed up because you didn't know what attraction try to build it. It'll tell you what you need. Or look it up on the wiki. Would be my 2 pieces of advice. I think in the case of the traction bench, I think it does actually state what it needs on it if you select it. Hold on. Traction bench object must be made before it can be placed. No, it doesn't. If you look at the job cancellations, it'll say what it needs. So if it's just like canceled, reason this, or reason needs rope, it tells you at the mechanic shop, does it? Okay. Well, there you go. Gadirius, what kind of dwarf would you like? And beard or no beard? I'm actually running out of wood. Wow. There's a shoe. Oh, we're already producing enough almost enough power to build this, to run this thing. Carpenter female. I might not actually have a carpenter because I do so little wood cutting. I have a wood cutter, not a carpenter. Is woodcutter okay? You have a good night, Rolf. Sure, sweet. At ARS. Oops. And we've got a miner making an artifact. Currently, you are snoozing. Personality. She has an overbearing personality, and she has a calm demeanor. She tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and is quick to form negative views about things. She has a greedy streak, and she sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. She isn't particularly interested in what others think of her, and she feels discouraged. She tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things and needs alcohol to get through the working day. She personally believes the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs, and values artwork and doesn't particularly respect commerce and dreams of mastering a skill. She likes platinum, copper. I can unpause the game. She likes platinum, copper, and pyrite and green glass and giant porcupine leather and sea lamprey parchment and the color mint green. Leggings and pigs for their sense of smell and the peregrine falcons for their ability to dive through the air. And the sight of the lenses of glitter, and when possible prefers to consume parsnip plants, teff beer, and you hate rats. Relations-wise, you worship Alrundur, and you have 2 pet pigs. You're good friends with a lot of dwarves, and you're a member of the Aqua Doctrine. Hey, sorry. How's things? Yeah, things are pretty good, I think. Sounds like you so far? Hell yeah. I'm so happy that the elves finally got a buff. I'm not going to lie. So fucking happy about this. All right. Let's follow this dwarf who's got a strange mood. You're moving very slowly, dwarf. Mr. Cheesy Burger! Thanks for sending those cheesy burgers my way. Check it, I got a couple beers to the Raiders. Is it like Sare? I'm trying to figure out how to pronounce your name. I need to swing by one of your streams at some point and just ask. Because I don't know how to say your name. I feel like an idiot. Let's call you Saru? I can do that. It's almost sorry, and as a Canadian, that's very easy for me. All right. Featherwood logs. Ooh, fancy. It's super cringe and Coomer bait. Isn't that 80% of Twitch these days? Like, let's be honest. At least you know what your market is. Do you shout them out too? Shout out whoever the fuck you want.
Cheese for everyone.
Quite frankly, like, but maybe not like everybody. Don't abuse your powers. Be reasonable with your power. Unfortunately, we just have cheese, no crackers. So this is a stoneworker's workshop. Please, miner. Please make a door. I'd be very happy if you made me a door. You can't shout me out. Nope, this is my channel. And before Orange just starts shouting himself out on the hour, don't even stream, but I just want to shout myself out because I'm so much help. At least I don't think you've ever streamed. You might have streamed. All right. Right. Orange for president. Well, Orange is Canadian, so it would have to be prime minister. The reason the reason doors are incredible is because doors artifact doors are completely indestructible. Artifact doors are completely indestructible. Even building topplers can't destroy them. Why is there a dwarf Walden in a stockpile? Don't worry about it. They're a little evil. They get kind of bitey once a season. Or once a month, rather. They get a little bitey. And when they get bitey, we have to remove them from existence. Yeah, where dwarf? It's very much a dwarf. Where? You can use it to make a building destroyer zoo. This is true, yeah. She kind of turns into a giant evil green lizard. On how I make my guild's rooms? They're kind of a mess. They're just kind of everywhere. Like, this is my doctor's guild. This was a very lazy guild that I made. Just threw stuff all over the floor. This is my doctoring guild, which I filled up with statues and put a bunch of tables in there, which has been very useful. Like, they are, like, all... Felt empathy remembering seeing a goblin's dead body? It's an odd thing to feel empathy for. All right. But yeah, so this is my doctor's guild, which is very useful because these dwarves are all watching suturing demonstrations. I don't even know who's teaching it. Apparently, somebody's demonstrating, but there isn't anybody in here to teach it. Okay. Anyway, what other guilds do I have? Like, this is a guild. Whoops. This is a guild. No, that's a temple, actually. This is a guild. This is a guild. This is the Lavender Snails. It's one of my bigger guilds because it has 42 members, and it is a farmer guild hall. We have a farmer and a planter guild hall. Of course, all of the grounds engraving with different images of different images, and then these lovely statues around the edges. Yeah. So you just need to crank the value up enough, right? So this is 14,000 for like what? 14,858 value. It needs to be 10,000 to be a high enough value for a grand guild hall. This one is what? 2,900. So this one's just valuable enough. This one is 4,300, so it's just valuable enough. No self-respecting dwarf would empathize with a goblin. My outpost liaison of my faction is a goblin. So, maybe, but also, I don't ever use dining halls, so I don't know if they're important, generic. Being honest with you. Hi, Audio. How's things? Good day. What's up, dude? Sal says they help. Oh, probably. I should probably make some. I'll probably, you know, fuck it. I'm just going to chuck one in my tavern. I think they give them little moodlets, but I'll be honest, I usually just forget that they exist. Paint one right here. Accept. There you go. We're going to assign it to the Copper Nut, which is my tavern. We'll see. We'll experiment. So when people ask me, I can give them an actual answer. You got a strange mood? Fuck yeah, dude. Speaking of strange mood, our dwarf has begun a mysterious construction. What items are they using? Rose quartz, black bear leather, bayberry wood logs, smoky quartz, rough smoky quartz, cave spider silk cloth, featherwood logs, and 2 pieces of dolomite. 3, actually. Well, welcome over from the YouTube channel. Dane XLX Zidane. I'm not trying to say that, but hi. Welcome from the realms of YouTube. Good to see all these dwarves actually making clothing. I'm monster killer, which I don't want because they'll probably just go kill my dragon, which I wouldn't be very appreciative of. The Canada Post is going to be hiring drivers soon. That's a good union to get into. Resume construction of that. It's producing a good amount of power. All of this side is done, so we're going to deconstruct to this side. We'll do the top side. Cheers, Sir Welshie. And happy holidays to you as well. How the heck did I catch a dragon? With a wooden cage. But here, I'll show you Bernie. They're a good pet. In before I accidentally slaughtered Bernie. I swear, if I accidentally slaughtered Bernie, I'm going to be... Where the heck is Bernie? Did I slaughter Bernie? That would be awkward. No, there's Bernie. Okay. Whew. I was worried for a second. This is Bernie. Bernie's very friendly, except when he's not. When Bernie's not friendly, peoples explode into flames. When Bernie is friendly, Bernie is great. So, turned a bunch of elves into brown mist or black mist, I guess. Yeah, we caught him in actually a this exact bayberry wood cage. We caught him in. Well, I mean, he's a talented archer. I mean, isn't that they arch fireballs at things? I mean, if we look at his military skills, he's got 23 notable kills as well as 40 other. This miner has created Letereth Balad Miroth Einod, a Dolomite statue of Regal Shoot Day. Okay, and offers it to the Riverblades. Well, that's very nice of you. What the heck is that? It's a statue. Dwarves, how? You're not allowed down here. Specifically not allowed down. How? What? The rule was you don't go into the caverns. Why are we suddenly running into the caverns? Get back inside, you dipshits. Like stat. I don't care if you found bodies. Get back inside. There's beasts out here that shoot fire. Get inside, you dinguses. Do you guys think of, like, something came and unlocked my door? Bet you a gremlin did it. Let's finish loading that cage trap. Oi! Hey! I guess the mayor gets to break the rules. So if the mayor dies in here, I'm gonna laugh real hard. Seriously, if this mayor goes out here and dies. Who was assigned to the borough lately? Everybody should be. Well, actually, I guess recent migrants wouldn't be, but... all right, well... it's your own fault. I just fucking, like... Fucking moron. Told you. Oh, it's like, you know what? Like, if you go out there and die, I can't help you, okay? Well, new mayor. Sorry, Templar. Coulette has been elected mayor. I'm going to remove all of these artifacts from Coulette because Coulette's going to go try and get it. We'll kill that thing tomorrow, but god damn it. Mayor's like, I don't care about no rules.
Bring out your dead.
Sometimes things are just too perfect in Dwarf Fort, you know? All right, where the fuck did I put the mayor's office? Ah, here it is. It's down here. So you, Colette. Why is there more combat sounds happening? Oh, apparently there's other dwarves out here. I mean, that's their problem. Like, if you choose to run out into the caverns where the fire-breathing whatchamacallit is, then you get to deal with it. Like, I don't get paid enough for this shit. What was he doing? Picking up an item. It's probably like some family heirloom that he really wanted to get his hands on again. But also, like, natural election? I suppose. All right, chat. So we've been live for 10 hours. I'm hungry. And, I'm not finishing this pump stack today. I'll be honest. This is going to get done tomorrow. But we are damn close to finishing it. No, only a few more to unsuspend and finish up and get put together. So what I got to say is thanks for hanging out today. Don't run off though, because we're going to raid a Dwarf Fort stream.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Damn right. But what I got to say is, chat room, can I get a round of beers for all of you? You guys have been extremely kind. It's been fun, you know? We didn't unlock another emote today, but that's fine. Like, it's close.